Chapter 26, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Taking of Stoney Point. In the year 1779, only one event occurred in the nature of an open attack. This was the capture of Stoney Point, a fort on the Hudson, which Sir Henry Clinton had seized in his tardy advance in 1777 to the aid of the struggling forces of John Burgoyne. In July 1779, Mad Anthony Wayne, with 1,200 picked men, resolved to retake this fort. This force, after silently and carefully making its way through the narrow defiles and across the deep swamps, rendezvoused at a place about 1.5 miles below the fort. Leaving his men there, Mad Anthony and a few officers went forward to reconnoiter and form their plans. It was resolved that not a bullet should be used, but that the men should depend upon their bayonets only, and for such a desperate venture, Mad Anthony Wayne was the ideal leader. Although this fort was on a high bluff, with a swamp in its rear and the waters of the Hudson on 3 sides of it, and was well equipped with cannon and defended by brave men, not even these obstacles could check this daring and resolute man. Pompey, a Negro slave of a true-hearted Whig who dwelt near the river, had been in the habit of going to the fort with strawberries for the officers, but pleading that his tasks for his master would prevent him from coming more in the daytime, he was given permission to come by night, and was also informed that the countersign was, "The fort's our own." Pompey's knowledge was at once used by Anthony Wayne. At 11:30 that night, July 15, 1779, the American soldiers, Massachusetts men for the most part, began to move forward in the darkness. In advance were Pompey and 2 strong men, who seized and gagged the first sentinel as Pompey gave the countersign. The way was still further cleared, and a little after midnight the Americans, having been carefully placed, dashed forward. In the face of the terrible fire they kept on, using their bayonets and fighting desperately. A ball grazing his head caused Mad Anthony to fall, and as he thought himself to be mortally wounded, he called out, "March on, carry me into the fort, for I will die at the head of my column." He, however, soon recovered, and in a brief time, after a desperate struggle, the fort had been taken. And in sharp contrast to the acts of the British at Fort Washington and elsewhere, it is said that not a redcoat was struck after the garrison had surrendered. Only 15 of Wayne's men had been killed in the attack, though 83 were wounded. The British had lost 63 killed, and Johnston, the commander of the fort, and 543 of his men became prisoners of the victorious Mad Anthony, who, in his joy, could not wait but immediately dispatched a letter to his commander with the news of the wonderful victory. "Dear General, the fort and the garrison with Colonel Johnson are ours. The officers and men behaved like men who are determined to be free. Yours most sincerely, Anthony Wayne." Great was the rejoicing among the Continentals, and strong as was the effect of the capture of the fort, Washington clearly perceived that it would be unwise to attempt to hold it. It was therefore decided to evacuate it, and an attempt was made to carry away the cannon. Although this was not successful, the fort was, nevertheless, stripped, and when the redcoats entered it again, as they did July 20th, it was not much more than a stony point indeed. Very naturally, the country rang with the praises of Wayne. Congress voted him a medal. General Wayne became a popular toast, and even Charles Lee, who did not love Mad Anthony any more than he did Washington, wrote him, quote, "I do most seriously declare that your assault of Stony Point is not only the most brilliant, in my opinion, throughout the whole course of the war, on either side, but that it is the most brilliant I am acquainted with in history. The assault of Chevenetz by Marshal Loudon, I think inferior to it." Unquote. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon. GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Sufferings and Exploits of the Common People. From this time forward, the character of the war in the North decidedly changed. The policy of Washington was not to engage in battles in which he had much to lose in case of defeat, and not very much to gain if victory crowned his efforts. Of course, he was bitterly criticized by many of the people who wished to see him sweep the enemy into the sea, and so forever free the colonies from the yoke that was so galling them. But Washington, who was as well aware of the strength of the British as he was of the weakness of his followers, was not to be swerved from his purpose, which, as we know, was to tire out or wear out the redcoats rather than to conquer on the field. The poverty of the little nation, the lack of men and equipment as well as of means, made him see readily that his own plan was the best, and so, uncomplainingly and patiently, he bore the bitter attacks of those who at heart were his friends, as well as those who were his open and more pronounced foes. At this time, a series of reverses in the South also tended to discourage the struggling patriots. Today, we can understand these apparent defeats in the South all aided in securing the final victory in the war. But the consideration of these events we must leave to another chapter. While the opposing armies in the North apparently were doing little more than watch each other, both, in a sense, being on the defensive and fearful of the moves of an enemy that they had been taught to respect, the scattered people of the region were those who now were compelled to endure the hardships and sufferings that were almost beyond our comprehension today. Homes were invaded, houses were burned, possessions were seized, outrages were committed that were terrible beyond compare. Families were divided, brothers ofttimes taking opposite sides in the struggle, and it frequently became literally true that a man's foes were they of his own household. Neighbors who had been friends for years were now arrayed against one another, and the most intense and bitter hatred felt by the Whigs was first against the Tories, then against the Hessians or Dutch butchers, and last of all against the Redcoats. As an indication of the state of feeling against the Tories, the following extract from a patriotic newspaper published in June 1779 will plainly serve. Quote, "Rouse, America! Your danger is great, great from a quarter where you least expect it. The Tories will yet be the ruin of you. 'Tis high time they were separated from among you. They are now busily engaged in undermining your liberties. They have 1,000 ways of doing it, and they will make use of them all." Who were the occasions of this war? The Tories. Who persuaded the tyrant of Britain to prosecute it in a manner before unknown to civilized nations, and shocking even to the barbarians? The Tories. Who prevailed on the savages of the wilderness to join the standard of the enemy? The Tories. Who have assisted the Indians in taking the scalp from the aged matron, the blooming fair one, the helpless infant, and the dying hero? The Tories. Who advised and who assisted in the burning of your towns, ravaging of your country, and violating the chastity of your women? The Tories. Who are the occasion that thousands of you now mourn the loss of your dearest connections? The Tories. Who have always counteracted the endeavors of Congress to secure the liberties of this country? The Tories. Who refused their money when as good as specie, though stamped with the image of His Most Sacred Majesty? The Tories. Who continue to refuse it? The Tories. Who propagate lies among us to discourage the Whigs? The Tories. Who corrupt the minds of the good people of these states by every species of insidious counsel? The Tories. Who hold a traitorous correspondence with the enemy? The Tories. Who daily send them intelligence? The Tories. Who take the oaths of allegiance to the states one day and break them the next? The Tories. Who prevent your battalions from being filled? The Tories. Who dissuade men from entering the army? The Tories. Who persuade those who have enlisted to desert? The Tories. Who harbor those who do desert? The Tories. In short, who wish to see us conquered, to see us slaves, to see us hewers of wood and drawers of water? The Tories." Unquote. The intense bitterness, which increased as the struggle continued, much of any feeling of charity for the honesty of mind of those who differed in their preference was forgotten, and as the months slowly passed, the hatred became still more bitter. In New York, there was a company of Tories known as the Board of Associated Loyalists, and at the head of this board was William Franklin, the last royal governor of New Jersey, and the son of Benjamin Franklin himself. These men were constantly plotting against their former neighbors, and sending forth expeditions to plunder when they learned from their spies, whom they had sent out in all the surrounding region, that the men were not at home. As was but natural now, the brunt of this fell upon the patriots of the nearby regions, and with the exception of South Carolina, no part of our land suffered as did New Jersey and the shore of Connecticut. Small parties would be sent from New York, and, sometimes meeting their friends by appointment, would burn little hamlets, drive away cattle, seize whatever property they cared to take, and then go back to their refuge in the city to set forth soon on another similar errand. Not always were they successful, and some of the most bloody and stubborn contests of the entire War of the Revolution were those that took place between little companies of patriots and the band of invading Tories or Redcoats. July 4th, 1779, the detested Tryon, with a force of 2,600 men, which had been carried up the Sound by the Camellia and Scorpion, two of the British ships of war, and by 48 tenders and transports, entered New Haven Bay, and to counteract the sentiments aroused among the patriots by the celebration of the day they had been having, caused a proclamation to be scattered among the people of the region. It would seem as if proclamations had already been sufficiently tested, but Tryon, undeterred, now sent forth another, in which he mingled threats and promises in such a manner as might well have confused even the best of his friends. Without waiting, however, for his pompous words to take effect, early on the following morning forces were landed, and prepared to march on the town. The hardy Minutemen were not idle meanwhile, and hastily assembling began to fire at the approaching Redcoats and Hessians. Although they were few in number, they delayed the invaders, and some of their men and some of their best officers fell, but the oncoming body could not be checked. Many of the frightened people had fled to East Rock, and all through the day watched the movements of the heartless army, and vainly waited for it to depart. 25 or more of the Yale boys joined in the attempt to beat off the Redcoats, and President Daggett of the college was also among the defenders. Their best efforts were in vain, however, and the president would have been killed after he had surrendered had it not been for one of his own students, a Tory in the ranks of invaders. When Dr. Daggett was asked if he would take up arms again if he should be released, he replied, "I rather think I shall." In his own account of the affair, he declares, quote, "I was insulted in the most shocking manner by the ruffian soldiers, many of which came at me with fixed bayonets, and swore they would kill me on the spot. They drove me with the main body a hasty march of 5 miles or more. They damned me, those that took me because they spared my life. Thus amid 1,000 insults my infernal driver hastened me along faster than my strength would admit in the extreme heat of the day, weakened as I was by my wounds and the loss of blood, which at a moderate computation would not be less than 1 quart. And when I failed, in some degree through faintness, he would strike me on the back with a heavy walking stick, and kick me behind with his foot. At length, by the supporting power of God, I arrived at the Greene, New Haven, but my life was almost spent, the world around me several times appearing as dark as midnight. I obtained leave of an officer to be carried into the Widow Lyman's and laid upon a bed, where I lay the rest of the day and succeeding night in such acute and excruciating pain as I never felt before." Unquote. The little body of men who were striving to protect their homes was not able to beat off the enemy. The town was taken possession of, and for a day and night the brutal soldiers committed such outrages as cannot be described. Only a very few houses escaped them, and these few belonged to well-known and bitter Tories. Not only were houses plundered, but furniture, glass, and valuables of every kind were wantonly smashed. But many of the Tories suffered as did the Whigs. Old men were slain, and even sickness was no protection. In these brutal deeds, the Hessians, who could not, of course, speak English, and were in the war because they had been sent into it and given permission to plunder, were the worst. But almost as bad were the Tories. Some of the redcoats were not so bad, but others were exceedingly cruel, and Tryon, perhaps, was the worst of all. It had been their plan to burn the town of New Haven, but the countrymen were assembling so rapidly and were so filled with rage at what was going on that Tryon, who perhaps had not forgotten the expedition he had previously led to Danbury, decided to withdraw. So on the 7th of July, with his fleet he set sail to the westward. The Americans had 23 killed and 15 wounded. But the British were not yet satisfied with the damage they had inflicted, and under cover of a heavy fog, landed at Fairfield, where their coming was so unexpected that there was scarcely anyone there to oppose them. Angered by what had occurred at New Haven, and wild with the desire of pillaging, small wonder it is that their coming struck terror into the hearts of the people of the little town. At first the few brave men tried with their cannon to make a stand on the village green, but they were soon driven from their position. Then the soldiers were let loose, and a terrible time followed. Entering the houses, it mattered not whether they belonged to Whig or Tory, they seized everything of value. They broke open closets, smashed chests, and tore buckles and rings from the hands of the terrified women and children. To no pleas would General Tryon listen. Perhaps he could not have stopped the men if he would. At last, having satisfied themselves with plunder, they began to fire the town. 2 or 3 Tories whose homes were there served as guides and pointed out the abodes of the patriots. And as the invaders made their way back to their boats, leaving not much besides smoking ruins of Fairfield behind them, the militia and farmers followed them, firing from behind trees and rocks, and inflicting no slight damage among an enemy who had almost ruined them. But at last the fleet set sail for Long Island, and then in a few days came back across the Sound, and again they destroyed the salt pans, burned vessels, and set fire to houses as they had done before at Fairfield and New Haven. Such wanton cruelty, such brutality of the soldiers, as well as the threats of the British, only made the Connecticut Whigs more determined than ever they had been. If this was the kind of treatment they were likely to receive, then, as one of her heroes said, they would live in poverty, and never would they live, though places were offered them, under the rule of such monsters. Tryon's name was thoroughly detested, for though such deeds as he had done might have been expected from the uncivilized savages, when an Englishman stooped so low he deserved the greater blame. So the Yankee Whigs, instead of being made submissive by Tryon's threats and raids, were only made the more angry and determined. The action of the Yale president and students was a sample of the feeling in that college. At one time a note was sent to one of the college boys, who was suspected of being a Tory, demanding that he deny the charge. In response, he wrote the following note: To the honorable and respectable gentlemen of the committee now residing in Yale College, may it please your honors, finis cum sistula popularum gig, a man without a head has no need of a wig. Signed, Abiather Camp. But Abiather Camp could not withstand the storm he had raised, and soon afterward publicly asked to be forgiven for his offense, and abandoned the Tory side. This growing feeling the British were slow to perceive. They did not understand it, and so they could find no cure. They continued to ridicule the peasants and make fun of their patriotism, which was about the very best means they could have taken to strengthen it. In one of the Tory papers, a writer ridiculed the colonies and their leaders in words which, to us at least, show the feeling he did not understand. Quote, 13 is a number peculiarly belonging to the rebels. A party of naval prisoners lately returned from Jersey say that the rations among the rebels are 13 dried clams per day, that the titular Lord Stirling takes 13 glasses of grog every morning, has 13 enormous rum bunches on his nose, and that he always makes 13 attempts before he can walk, that Mr. Washington has 13 toes on his feet, the extra ones having grown since the Declaration of Independence, and the same number of teeth on each jaw, that the Sachem Schuyler has a top knot of 13 stiff hairs which erect themselves on the crown of his head when he grows mad, that old Putnam had 13 pounds of his posteriors bit off in an encounter with a Connecticut bear. 'Twas then he lost the balance of his mind. That it takes 13 paper Congress dollars to equal 1 penny sterling, that Polly Wayne, Polly was the nickname the British had bestowed upon Anthony Wayne, was just 13 hours in subduing Stoney Point and as many seconds in leaving it, that a well-organized rebel household has 13 children, all of whom expect to be generals and members of the high and mighty Congress of the 13 United States, that Mrs. Washington has a model cat, which she calls in a complimentary way Hamilton, with 13 yellow rings around his tail, and that his flaunting it suggested to the Congress the adoption of the same number of stripes for the rebel flag." Unquote. But scurrilous abuse and ridicule never have won a fight, and then, as ever, they only serve to increase the rage and strengthen the determination of the men who preferred death to servitude. It was in New Jersey, however, that the patriotic families suffered the most at this time. The Jersey Tories had been particularly bitter, and many of them, when their property had been confiscated, had fled to New York, where William Franklin and his board of associated loyalists were only too glad to fan the flames of their hatred and assist them in plundering their former neighbors. As many of the Tories disguised their real feelings and refused to leave their homes, they were of great assistance to their friends the enemy in carrying intelligence of the best times in which to make invasions, or when the men were absent, and so their possessions would be left unprotected. The result was that bands of Tories, assisted by a few of the regulars from New York City, or by detachments of the Greenes, the name by which the Tories who enrolled themselves as militia willing to fight for King George were known, would sweep unexpectedly down upon some lonely farmhouse or unprotected hamlet, and drive away cattle, seize whatever valuables they could, and though the patriots of the region would assemble at the alarm and pursue the marauders, firing upon them from behind trees or fences, almost always the invaders would succeed in making their way, frequently with a few prisoners, for which the British always offered a reward, back to the shore and in setting sail for the city. On the shore near Sandy Hook was a little settlement known as Refugee Town, where the fugitive slaves and rascally whites found a landing place and a place of shelter for the regulars and Tories who came down from New York. In addition to the Tories, the Patriots suffered greatly at the hands of the Pine Robbers. These were numerous bands of reckless men who made the Pines of New Jersey their headquarters. It was almost impossible to discover their hiding places, and not safe for any except a large force of men to enter the region. From their strongholds they would set forth, usually in the night time, and attack some household which they had already learned was undefended. Frequently they tortured the women to make them disclose the place where the sock in which the little money the family had was concealed. The villains declared that they were in favor of neither side engaged in the war, but somehow the Whigs suffered more at their hands than did their neighbors. Perhaps this was due to the fact that the Pine Robbers, after they had hidden away a goodly store in the places of concealment they had dug in the sand hills among the pines, would load their booty some dark night on a swift vessel and sail away for New York, where they found a ready market for their wares. As illustrations of their methods, the following incidents recorded in an early work may be cited. Footnote: Historical Collections of the State of New Jersey by Barber and Howe. End footnote. Quote, one of the leaders of one of the worst of these gangs was a blacksmith named Fenton. On one occasion he had robbed a tailor's shop, and word was sent him by the angry Whigs that if he did not return the clothing within a week, he would be hunted and shot. Somewhat alarmed by the threat, Fenton returned the property, and with it sent the following note: I have returned your rags. In a short time I am coming to burn your barns and houses and roast you all like a pack of kittens. One summer night this villain with his band attacked at midnight the dwelling of Mr. Thomas Farr in the vicinity of Imlaystown. The family, consisting of Mr. Farr and wife, both aged, and their daughter, barricaded the door with logs of wood. The assailants first attempted to beat in the door with rails, but being unsuccessful fired through a volley of balls, one of which broke the leg of Mr. Farr. Then, forcing an entrance at the back door, they murdered his wife and dispatched him as he lay helpless on the floor. His daughter, though badly wounded, escaped, and the gang, fearing she would alarm the neighborhood, precipitously fled without waiting to plunder. After perpetrating many enormities, Fenton was shot under the following circumstances. Fenton and Burke beat and robbed a young man named Van Mater of his meal as he was going to mill. He escaped and conveyed the information to Light Horse Harry Lee's Legion, then at the Monmouth courthouse. A party started off in a wagon in pursuit consisting of a sergeant, Van Mater, and 2 soldiers. The soldiers lay in the bottom of the wagon concealed under straw, while the sergeant disguised as a countryman sat with Van Mater on the seat. To increase the deception, 2 or 3 empty barrels were put in the wagon. On passing a low groggery in the pines, Fenton came out with pistol in hand and commanded them to stop. Addressing Van Mater, he said, "You rascal, I gave you such a whipping I thought you would not dare show your head." Then, changing the subject, inquired, "Where are you going?" "To the salt works," was the reply. "Have you any brandy?" demanded the robber. "Yes, will you have some?" A bottle was given him. He put his foot on the hub of the wagon wheel and was in the act of drinking when the sergeant touched the foot of one of the soldiers, who arose and shot the pine robber through the head. Carelessly throwing the body into the wagon, they drove back furiously to the courthouse, where, on their arrival, they jerked out the corpse by the heels, as though it had been that of some wild animal, with the ferocious exclamation, "Here is a cordial for your Tories and wood robbers." Another of the worst of the leaders of these gangs was Fagin. His deeds were so terrible that at last a force of 200 men and boys was organized, and Fagin was pursued to his death. Sometime after the burial, the infuriated people disinterred the remains, and, after heaping indignities upon it, enveloped it in a tarred cloth and suspended it in chains, with iron bands around it, from a large chestnut tree about a mile from the courthouse on the road to Colt's Neck. There hung the corpse in the midair, rocked to and fro by the winds, a horrible warning to his comrades and a terror to travelers, until the birds of prey picked the flesh from its bones, and the skeleton fell piecemeal to the ground. Tradition affirms that the skull was afterwards placed against the tree with a pipe in its mouth in derision. Unquote. These horrible examples, taken from many that might be given, serve well to show the nature of the struggle of the lonely people in New Jersey and its terrible effect on the evil passions of all who engage in war. At one time, a young Jerseyman named Stephen Edwards, a Tory himself and son of a Tory, enlisted among the forces of the king in New York. Venturing one night to visit the home of his father, where his young wife was staying during the absence of her husband, his presence was surprised by the watchful militia, and, surrounding the house, they demanded that Stephen should come forth and give himself up. As no response to the hail was made, they forced their way into the house, and searched it thoroughly until they came to the room of young Mistress Edwards. Disregarding the pleadings of the old man, they gave the young woman time in which to dress, and then entered, and at once perceived someone was in the bed. Apparently it was a woman, for the face was almost concealed by a huge nightcap. "Who is this? What have you here?" demanded the leader. "My serving woman, with whom I am compelled to share my room," stammered young Mrs. Edwards. A quick seizure of the nightcap revealed the face of Stephen Edwards, and his papers were also found in his pocket, in which he had been directed by the Board of Loyalists in New York to find out the number of defenders and all he could learn as to the property of the region and the best way of plundering it. The young soldier was declared to be a spy, and despite his protests, was taken to the courthouse and hanged, as a score or more of the pine robbers had been treated before him. Naturally, the affair produced a great excitement in the region, and Captain Joshua Huddy, who had been active in the work, became the object of the bitter hatred of the refugees, the Tories, and the Loyalists in New York. He was one of the leaders of the militia, and was doing his utmost to protect the people from the invaders. So many homes had been destroyed, so many people had been killed, and there was such a veritable reign of terror that Captain Huddy and the other leaders found their hands full. One time Captain Huddy was in charge of the little fort at Tom's River. Less than a score of men were with him, and, for the time, they were trying to protect the salt works in the vicinity. These salt works were one of the few sources of income to the government, and were the special objects of attack on the part of the Tories. A large force of these, together with refugees and pine robbers, attacked Captain Huddy and his followers in the fort, and, after a desperate contest, succeeded in making him a prisoner. They carried him in irons back to the city, and a few days afterward Lippincott, a Tory refugee, with a few others, by orders of William Franklin, took the captain down to the Jersey shore, erected a rude gallows, and hanged the patriot, leaving upon his breast the following placard: "Up goes Huddy for Phil White." Philip White was a pine robber, and had been shot as he tried to escape from the hands of the little party which had striven to take him for the murder of Mr. Russell, one of the patriots of New Jersey. The anger for the people at the death of noble Huddy, for he was a true man, was intense. Washington was appealed to, and he, by the order of Congress and the advice of his generals, wrote Sir Henry Clinton that the men who had hanged Huddy must be given up, or he himself would retaliate by hanging one of the prisoner captains of the British. Sir Henry, without doubt, would gladly have given up the men who had killed Huddy, but Benjamin Franklin's son William, the most bitter Tory of them all, was involved, and so no one was surrendered. Washington retaliated and compelled 4 British captains to draw lots to see who should die as Huddy had. The lot was drawn by young Captain Asgill, only 19 years of age, the son of an English nobleman. The strongest of pleas were made on his behalf. Lady Asgill, his mother, besought King George to interpose. The French, as allies and friends of the Americans, were besought to add their influence in behalf of the unfortunate young officer. The sentence, however, was kept suspended over his head until the war was practically ended, when he was released and permitted to return to his home in England. In all probability, Washington had not intended any of the time that the young officer should be put to death, but hoped that the suspended sentence would prevent the Tories from committing other crimes of a similar nature. All along the Jersey shore at this time, little privateers were busy. The character of this part of the warfare may be learned by the following extract from the New Jersey State Gazette. Quote, June 23, 1779. An open boat called the Skunk, mounting 2 guns and 12 men, belonging to Egg Harbor, sent in there, on Wednesday last, a vessel with a valuable cargo, which makes her 19th prize since she was fitted out. Upon one occasion this boat had quite an adventure when commanded by Captain Snell and John Golden. They thought they had discovered a fine prize off Egg Harbor in a large ship wearing the appearance of a merchantman. The boat approached cautiously, and after getting quite near, the little Skunk was put in a retreating position, stern to the enemy, and then gave him a gun. A momentary panic ensued. All at once the merchantman was transformed into a British 74. and in another moment she gave the skunk such a broadside that, as Golden expressed it, the water flew around them like 10,000 waterspouts. She was cut some in her sails and rigging, but by hard rowing made good her escape, with Golden to give the word, "Lay low, boys, lay low for your lives." Unquote. From Cape May to Sandy Hook, this was a sample of what was going on. The Americans could not hope to do anything before the British frigates, but their whaleboats, manned sometimes by 20 or more oarsmen, and the fleet little sloops did great damage. Sometimes they were severely punished for their rashness, and sometimes the great guns of the enemy's boats inflicted great damage. But the hardy pioneers, ready with boat or musket, were not daunted, and until the end of the Revolution were busy all along the shore. The deeds of one of these men is especially worthy of record. Captain Adam Hyler at one time had been a sailor in the British Navy, but at the outbreak of the war, despite the threat that if he should be taken he would be hanged from the yardarms, he joined his countrymen in their effort to establish the freedom of the United States. He made his headquarters at New Brunswick, built many whaleboats, and had a staunch band of followers. These men practiced rowing in the long, swift whaleboats until they could drive them over the water almost as silent as the shadow of a moving cloud, and with the speed of the wind. The boats were concealed along the shores of the Raritan River and Amboy Bay, and woe betide the luckless vessel, no matter what its size, which ventured to despise these humble foes, or to relax its vigilance even for one night. In case it did, over the waters of the bay these silent whaleboats would be driven by the daring men, and many a time the unsuspecting crew of some vessel would find themselves prisoners and their good ships seized, before they were fully aware that they were being attacked. Of course, no great deeds were attempted by Adam Hyler and his bold men, that is, great in the sense of the numbers engaged, but his efforts were a perpetual menace and an unfailing source of annoyance and fear. One or two examples selected from the records of their many bold deeds will best serve to illustrate the character of the warfare waged by the bold followers of the still bolder Captain Hyler. October 7th, 1781. On Friday last, Captain Adam Hyler, with one gunboat and two whaleboats, within a quarter of a mile of the British guard ship at Sandy Hook, attacked 5 vessels, and after a smart conflict of 15 minutes carried them. The hands made their escape and took refuge in a small fort, in which were mounted 12 swivel guns, from which they kept up a continual firing, notwithstanding which he boarded them all without the loss of a man. He took from them 50 bushels of wheat, a quantity of cheese, several swivels, a number of fusees, 1 cask of powder, and some dry goods, after which he set all on fire, save one, on board of which was a woman and 4 small children, which prevented her from sharing a similar fate. October 15, 1781. On the 13th instant, Captain Adam Hyler, with 1 gunboat and 2 whaleboats, boarded 1 sloop and 2 schooners, which all the hands except 2 had left to go ashore on Sandy Hook, and brought them off. Being pursued, one of the schooners running aground by accident was stripped and left, and the other 2 with prisoners was brought safely to port. Another instance was thus related by one of the prisoners taken. I was on deck on a very pleasant evening with our sentinel fixed. Our vessel was at anchor near Sandy Hook, and the Lion man-of-war about a quarter of a mile distant. It was calm and clear, and we were all admiring the beautiful and splendid appearance of the full moon. While we were thus attentively contemplating the serene luminary, we suddenly heard several pistols discharged into the cabin, and turning around perceived at our elbows a number of armed people, fallen as it were from the clouds, who ordered us to surrender in a moment, or we were dead men. Upon this we were turned into the hold, and the hatches barred over us. The firing, however, had alarmed the man-of-war, who hailed us and desired to know what was the matter. As we were not in a situation to answer, Captain Hyler was kind enough to do it for us, telling them through his speaking trumpet that all was well, after which, unfortunately for us, they made no further inquiry. Perhaps the most daring of all the deeds of Captain Hyler was his attempt to take Lippincott, the murderer of Captain Huddy. On inquiry, he learned that Lippincott resided in a well-known house in Broad Street, New York. Dressed and equipped like a man-of-war press gang, with his men he left the Kills with one boat after dark and arrived at Whitehall about 9 o'clock. Here he left his boat in charge of 3 men and then passed to the residence of Lippincott, where he inquired for him and found he was absent and gone to a cockpit. Thus failing in his object, he returned to his boat with his press gang and left Whitehall, but finding a sloop lying at anchor off the battery from the West Indies and laden with rum, he took her, cut her cables, set her sails, and with a northwest wind sailed to Elizabethtown Point, and before daylight had landed from her and secured 40 hogsheads of rum. He then burned the sloop to prevent her recapture. Of course, all efforts were not equally successful, but even when a British frigate destroyed the whaleboats, the daring patriots quickly rebuilt them and continued the only efforts they could make against the powerful navy of their foes. Adam Hyler himself did not live to see the peace come for which he fought, but his successors were numerous, and the petty warfare was maintained to the end. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Minor engagements: Arnold and Andre. Each of the northern armies during these closing years of the war was striving to tire out the other, and only minor engagements between the opposing forces occurred. A few of these will serve to show the general character of the struggle as it was carried on in the North. Near the close of the summer of 1779, after the seizure and abandonment of Stoney Point by General Wayne, Major Lee, Light Horse Harry, advanced upon Paulus Hook, the ancient name of Jersey City, at that time a sandy peninsula on which the British had erected a fort of considerable strength, garrisoned at this time by Clinton's men. Major Lee had 300 men, and behind him, as a reserve force, came also a band of Sterling's followers. As the Continentals marched from the place they had been holding on the Hudson, the people of the region thought but little of their advance, for foraging parties were common, and doubtless they thought that this was one of them. It was 3 o'clock in the morning of August 19th, 1779, when Major Lee, having carefully arranged his little force, advanced stealthily upon the fort. The sentinels were sleeping in their sense of false security, and before anyone fairly realized what had taken place, 159 British soldiers were prisoners in Lee's hands, with whom he quickly withdrew, rather than attempt to attack the stronger circular redoubt into which the remaining part of the garrison had quickly withdrawn. For this gallant deed Lee received the thanks of Congress, and a gold medal was also given him. In the following year, Light Horse Harry, with Mad Anthony Wayne and some of the troops, horse and foot, was sent to storm the blockhouse at Bergen Neck and attempt to drive within the American lines the cattle the British had there. Although the attack upon the blockhouse was spirited, the guns were too light to produce any marked effect, and so the dragoons returned to the camp, though they had succeeded in driving before them a large number of cattle. This attack became a source of sport and ridicule, and Major Andre, whose name we shall soon hear again, wrote a poem entitled The Cow Chase, which afforded the redcoats much amusement at the time. This poem consists of 3 cantos, and its character may be learned from the following extracts. At 6 the host with sweating buff arrived at freedom's pole, when Wayne, who thought he'd time enough, thus speechified the whole. O ye whom glory doth unite, who freedom's cause espouse, whether the wing that's doomed to flight, or that to drive the cows, ere you tempt your further way, or into action come, hear, soldiers, what I have to say, and take a pint of rum. Then from the cask of rum once more they took a ready gill, and one and all they loudly swore they'd fight upon the hill. In the summer of 1780, a large force of the enemy crossed from Staten Island to Elizabethtown and started across the country to attempt to drive Washington from his camp at Morristown. But speedy messengers were sent in every direction. The alarm was given. The "old sow," a cannon kept upon the hilltop to warn people of the coming of the enemy, was fired. And soon a crowd of men and boys were so harassing the redcoats and Hessians by their fire from behind the trees and fences that they were glad to retire. A few days afterward, the British under the lead of Clinton once more attempted the same thing, but at Springfield the farmers and militia rallied, and from an advantageous ground fought so desperately that, alarmed also by the reports of what Washington was doing and where he was, once more the redcoats retired, having suffered quite a severe loss, and the camp at Morristown was still unmolested. One of the most pathetic stories of the Revolution is that of the death of Mrs. James Caldwell, at the time just mentioned. Her husband, the Reverend James Caldwell, had, with the men of the Presbyterian church he served at Elizabethtown, fought bravely for the cause of the colonies. Indeed, he had preached from his pulpit when a pistol lay on each side of his Bible, and a row of muskets was in front of the church, ready for instant use. So strong had his efforts been that the British had offered a reward for him, dead or alive, as they also had for Governor Livingstone. At this time, Parson Caldwell had sent his family to a nearby place in the country for safety, and when the Hessians were marching past the house occupied by his wife, she, with a maid and her youngest child, retired to a secluded room. There, looking out a window, the maid said, "A redcoat soldier has jumped over the fence and is coming up to the window with a gun." The baby, 2 or 3 years of age, called out, let me see," and ran toward the maid. Mrs. Caldwell rose from the bed on which she had been sitting, and at that moment the soldier fired his musket at her through the window. It was loaded with 2 balls, both of which passed through her body. Naturally, the death of Mistress Caldwell roused the people and soldiers to a fearful pitch of excitement, and Parson Caldwell fought as never he had fought before. In the heat of the contest at Springfield, the wadding for the guns unexpectedly gave out, but Parson rushed into the old church by the roadside, and coming forth with his arms filled with many well-worn copies of Watts' hymns, shouted, "Now put Watts into them, boys. Give 'em Watts." Doubtless all those men knew by experience that it was possible to beat learning into the boys, but to shoot men with Watts' hymns, that was another matter. But they drove back the redcoats. Caldwell of Springfield, New Jersey. Here's the spot. Look around you. Above on the height lay the Hessians encamped. By that church on the right stood the gaunt Jersey farmers. And here ran a wall. You may dig anywhere, and you'll turn up a ball. Nothing more. Grasses spring, waters run, flowers blow, pretty much as they did 93 years ago. Nothing more, did I say? Stay one moment. You've heard of Caldwell the parson, who once preached the word, down at Springfield? What? No? Come. That's bad. Why, he had all the Jerseys aflame, and they gave him the name of the rebel high priest. He stuck in their gorge, for he loved the Lord God and hated King George. He had cause, you might say. When the Hessians that day marched up with Kniphausen, they stopped on their way at the farms, where his wife, with a child in her arms, sat alone in the house. How it happened none knew, but God and that one of the hireling crew who fired the shot. Enough. There she lay, and Caldwell the chaplain, her husband, away. Did he preach? Did he pray? Think of him as you stand, by the old church today. Think of him and that band of militant plowboys. See the smoke and the heat of that reckless advance, of that straggling retreat. Keep the ghost of that wife, foully slain, in your view. And what could you, what should you, what would you do? Why, just what he did. They were left in the lurch for the want of more wadding. He ran to the church, broke the door, stripped the pews, and dashed out in the road with his arms full of hymn books, and threw down his load at their feet. When above all the shouting and shots rang his voice, "Put Watts into 'em, boys. Give 'em Watts." And they did. That is all. grasses spring, flowers blow, pretty much as they did 93 years ago. You may dig anywhere, and you'll turn up a ball, but not always a hero like this, and that's all. Bret Harte. Such skirmishes were not few nor infrequent, and occurred, for the most part, near the places where the armies were encamped. But the main struggle dragged on, and apparently was no nearer the end with every passing month. Money had depreciated in value until it was practically worthless, and the colonies, or states, had few common bonds. Many were weary of the long war and hopeless of ever gaining their freedom, and the reports that came from the South were very discouraging. Still, it is at such a time that the qualities of a great man shine forth. It is easy enough to keep up heart when all things move in our favor, but to be brave when others despair tests the stuff of which strong men are made. It would seem as if the feeble little country and its lion-hearted leaders had all that they ought to bear, but at this very time a blow fell upon them that was almost crushing in its weight, and that was the treason of Benedict Arnold. What wonder it is that the noble-hearted Washington wept like a little child when he could no longer doubt its truth. We have already seen how Arnold had suffered from the envy, injustice, and pettiness of his rivals and the incompetency of some of the leading men. His rage at the treatment he had received, and he certainly had cause for complaint, for he had labored as few had done and displayed a bravery that was heroic, might have led him into serious trouble on the field had he not been wounded in the fight with the forces of John Burgoyne, when, against the wish, if not the order of Gates, he had ridden at full speed against the redcoats, and by his example roused his comrades and won the day. Severely wounded in the leg, and therefore unfitted for service on the field, he had been placed in command at Philadelphia after the withdrawal of the British under Sir Henry Clinton from that city in 1778. As soon as Congress returned to the city, an opportunity was given, which a man as impulsive and hot-headed as Benedict Arnold was certain to use, to have many a quarrel. And quarrel he did, for blaming the members of Congress and the Board of War for the injustice he had suffered, it was but natural that hard things should be said by both parties. In addition to these things, Arnold entered into the social life of the city, for which by nature he was much better adapted than many of his rough-mannered but true-hearted comrades in the war, and that, too, had a marked effect upon him. Without doubt, the young girl, Margaret Shippen, who became his wife, also had much to do with the change. No one would ever think of accusing her of being the cause of her husband's treason, but indirectly there can be no doubt that she, at the very least, did not retard him, though she never knew of his plan until the fatal moment arrived when he fled for his life. Her family were known to be sympathizers with the king's side. Their home was a beautiful one, and in the preceding winter had been the resort of many of the young British officers, and in the Mischianza, Margaret Shippen had a leading part. In her home, she had been accustomed to hear the Continentals held up to ridicule for their rough and boorish appearance, in such marked contrast to the well-dressed and polite young officers of the British. So the whole influence of the family upon this bright and beautiful young girl had been to make her feel almost ashamed of her own countrymen, and her own indirect influence upon Arnold had naturally been of a similar kind. But Benedict Arnold, handsome, bold, dashing, was an exception to his fellows, and his manners and bearing at once appealed not only to Margaret Shippen, but to her aristocratic family as well. Arnold was a gentleman in their estimation, for they looked only upon the surface, as he was naturally fond of society and lived in the best of style, having his coach and four, and giving the most elaborate dinner parties and lavish entertainments. His manner of living also appealed to the Shippens, but they did not realize to what lengths these extravagances were leading the reckless officer, and soon he was in dire straits for money with which to pay his debts. And all this time he was quarreling with Congress and arrogantly demanding from them what they were not disposed to grant. So keen was Arnold's demand for money that he even went to the French to secure a loan, which naturally, under the circumstances, was not granted, and the refusal only made the debt-laden man more desperate, for money he must have, and soon. At last the quarrel became so heated that specific charges were made against Arnold, one of which that he was using the position he held as a means of making money for himself, and a court-martial was ordered. The bravery of the man, his former services, and his recognized ability inclined the men who tried him to be lenient, and he was virtually acquitted of all the charges. But in order not to make the members of Congress more angry than they already were, it was decided that Washington, who was known to have a very friendly feeling for his brave comrade in arms, should administer a public reprimand. Mildly as possible, Washington did as the court directed, striving at the same time to save the feelings of Arnold and not increase the rage of the members of Congress, who felt that their own dignity had been assailed. The commander is said to have spoken to Arnold when he was brought before him to receive the reprimand as follows: "Our profession is the chastest of all. Even the shadow of a fault tarnishes the luster of our finest achievements. The least inadvertence may rob us of the public favor, so hard to be acquired. I reprimand you for having forgotten that, in proportion as you rendered yourself formidable to our enemies, you should have been guarded and temperate in your deportment to your fellow citizens. Exhibit anew those noble qualities which have placed you on the list of our most valued commanders. I will furnish you, as far as it may be in my power, with opportunities of regaining the esteem of your country." But Arnold was in no mood to receive even the mild words of the great commander. Already goaded by the injustice with which he had been treated, and that he was treated unjustly no one can deny, tormented by the lack of money with which to pay the many debts he owed, and hearing constantly his former friends and comrades held up to ridicule for their lack of elegance and their boorish manners, he had been for a considerable time in correspondence with the enemy. He had written, with a feigned handwriting, letters which he signed Gustavus, and the replies had come signed by John Anderson, which was the fictitious name assumed by Major Andre, one of the best of the younger British officers. This young man had been in Philadelphia the preceding winter, and at many of the festivities had met Margaret Shippen, with whom he had formed a strong friendship. If Benedict Arnold had in a sudden fit of rage deserted to the enemy, or if he had really come to believe that the cause of the Americans was hopeless, and had gone over to the other side because of his belief, then in spite of his dastardly act, some slight charity might still be found for him. But coolly and deliberately, for many months, he had been carrying on the correspondence, and his treachery, therefore, has not the shadow of a shade of an excuse. If he had been truly a great man, he would have borne his insults in patience, just as Washington was doing, and time would have set him right before the world. But his vanity was wounded, and his desire for money had become so keen that as truly as Judas did, he sold himself for silver. And too, like Judas, in reality, he only betrayed himself. Washington, who, as has been said, liked Arnold and sympathized with him, was really desirous of giving him an opportunity to restore himself, and believed that as soon as he was engaged in the active conflict, he would forget his troubles and win for himself a name that would be remembered, now offered him a command in the army. But Arnold was now plotting to betray his commander, his country, and his countrymen, and believed that West Point would be the best place to give over, for Washington had been busy in erecting some of the forts along the Hudson, of which the most prominent was the one at West Point. The French had come to Newport, and Sir Henry Clinton was inclined to attack them there. But the moment he prepared to move, Washington was also prepared to attack New York, so Clinton gave up the project for the time. The scheme was then for the British to pretend to move in another direction, and when the Americans had been misled by the action, then a sudden movement up the Hudson was to be made, and Arnold was to exchange and scatter the forces he had, so that easily West Point and other places would fall into the hands of the redcoats. There is not the slightest foundation for the story that the British were trying to buy Arnold. It was Arnold himself who had made the efforts, and it was only natural that Clinton should be ready to receive his proposals. For his treachery, Arnold was to receive a sum of money and a commission as a brigadier general in the army of King George. Major Andre sailed up the Hudson on the Vulture, and after landing, met Arnold, with whom he had a conference on the shore that lasted almost all night. Clinton had urged him to wear his uniform and not to attempt to conceal any papers on his person, but the light-hearted and too confident young officer disregarded both pieces of advice, for he neither wore his uniform nor refused to receive the papers in which Arnold had given a full account of the men, the defenses, and the places on the Hudson. These papers Andre placed between his stockings and shoes. Some of the nearby patriots had opened fire upon the Vulture in the darkness, and to avoid the shot from an unseen enemy, the vessel dropped farther down the stream, so that Andre could not return to New York as he had come. But Arnold had given him a pass, which read as follows: Headquarters, Robinson House, September 22nd, 1780. Permit Mr. John Anderson to pass the grounds to the White Plains, or below if he chooses, he being on public business by my direction. B. Arnold, M. General. Equipped with this pass, Andre felt safe and started across the country toward White Plains, where he expected to find the British outposts. Near Tarrytown, he was stopped by 3 men, John Paulding, David Williams, and Isaac Van Wart. At first, the major mistook these men for Tories, and so somewhat boldly declared the side to which he belonged. But when he perceived his mistake, it was too late to change, even Arnold's pass not satisfying his captors. He then offered them 100 guineas to let him go, and even raised the offer to 400, but the men refused to listen, and took him to one of their officers, who ordered him to be searched. And as his shoes were the first articles of clothing to be removed, the papers given him by Arnold were immediately discovered. Not in any way suspecting that Benedict Arnold was mixed up in the affair, Colonel Jameson, the officer to whom Andre had been brought, sent word to Arnold of the capture of the spy, and instantly the traitor knew that his own part had been, or would speedily be, discovered. He was seated with his young wife at the breakfast table, and with them were Hamilton and others who had gone with Washington to Hartford to meet some of the newly arrived Frenchmen and consult with Rochambeau. This very morning they had returned, and the younger members of the party had gone in advance of Washington to Arnold's quarters in their desire to be the guests of Mrs. Arnold, who 2 days before this time had brought her baby to West Point and joined her husband. This party was at the breakfast table when the letter was handed to Arnold, which informed him of his desperate plight. Excusing himself from the company, the traitor retired to his room, where he summoned his wife and informed her of his peril. Overcome by the shock, the girl wife screamed and fainted in his arms, but there was no time given for her husband to look to her wants. Placing her upon the bed and hastily kissing their baby, Arnold rushed from the house, leapt on the back of his horse, and rode swiftly down the unused path to the shore of the river, where he was taken on board a barge, and by the 8 waiting men, rowed swiftly 18 miles down the stream to the place where the Vulture was at anchor, and there he was safe. Once on board the ship, Arnold quickly wrote a letter to Washington, in which he declared that his young wife was innocent of any part or knowledge of his treachery, and entreated that she might be permitted to go to her father's house in Philadelphia, or to come see him, should she so desire. This letter, in addition to other papers, at once showed Washington the plot and the traitor. From Mrs. Arnold he could learn nothing, for the poor woman was in hysterics, and amidst her sobs and tears declared that Washington himself was to blame, that he was the murderer of her baby boy, and guilty of other similar charges. Moved as Washington was by the discovery of the treason, he did not blame the wife, and even took pains to tell her after he had received Arnold's letter that her husband was safe among the British. The first thing to be done was to look to the defenses, and this is what Washington did. The next was to decide the fate of Andre. The young prisoner had written a frank letter to Washington in which he told the entire story, and declared that he was not a spy. This, however, was yet to be decided, and a commission of 14 generals, of which Greene was at the head, decided that Andre was a spy, and he must be executed as such. The decision, though it was recognized as just, caused profound sorrow, not only among the British, but among the Americans as well. Some even proposed that if Clinton would give up Arnold, Andre's life should be spared, but Sir Henry was in duty bound to live up to his promise to the traitor, and of course refused to listen to the proposal. Major Andre, when he found there was no hope for him, begged that he might be shot instead of hanged, but even this request Washington felt obliged to refuse. It was a terrible time, and made worse by reports that came from the British that other American generals were in the plot and were coming over to the British side. This report was not true, but coming as it did at the time of Arnold's treason, it made all fearful, and the leaders knew that only the sternest of measures must now be used. The execution of Andre was delayed until October 2nd, 1780. The plans could not be changed, and Andre had to die. His breakfast on that fatal morning was sent him by Washington himself, and Andre ate it calmly. Indeed, he was the calmest of all, and said to the servant in his room who was in tears, "Leave me until you can show yourself more manly." To the guard officers he said cheerfully, "I am ready at any moment, gentlemen, to wait on you." Major Andre walked quietly from the stone house in which he had been confined, arm in arm with the two officers who had been sent to conduct him to the gallows. The eyes of all the assembly were fixed upon him, but apparently he was the most unmoved of all. When he perceived the gallows, he faltered for a moment, and then rallying said, "I am reconciled to my death, but I detest the mode. It will be but a momentary pang." He held up his arms, and with his own two hands bandaged his eyes with one of the two handkerchiefs the provost marshal had with him, and then with the other his arms were pinioned. Many were now in tears, but Andre was still calm. He stepped upon the wagon, and himself adjusted the noose. When he was asked if he had anything to say, he replied calmly, "I pray you bear me witness that I meet my fate like a brave man." The wagon was started, and in a few brief minutes John Andre was with his Maker. What a shame that such a man had to die, while the arch-traitor Arnold could live. Mrs. Arnold went first to Philadelphia, but some letters of Major Andre to her, in which he had offered to make some purchases for her in Newport, were found, and it was at once concluded that she must have been party to the treason, and that these words meant more than appeared on the surface. There was not a word of truth in the charge, but Philadelphia men believed it, and she was ordered to leave. As she rode across New Jersey on her way to join her husband in New York, she found many tokens of hatred for the traitor. In many towns he was being burned in effigy, and one place was just preparing the fire when she entered. Out of respect to her, the celebration was delayed until she had passed on. She joined her husband, and after the close of the war resided with him for a time in St. John's, New Brunswick, where it is said that she was much praised for her beauty and fascination, and afterward lived in England. Although she survived her husband 3 years, she must have suffered much, for she was only 43 years of age at the time of her death. Only one of her 4 sons was born in America, but there was not one of her children who did not feel ashamed of his name. The storm which Arnold's treason aroused may be best understood by the means the people took of showing their indignation. In many places he was burned in effigy. A plot was formed for his capture in New York, but it failed, though the men who entered the town to seize him were bold and brave. In Philadelphia, where he was detested more than in any other place, the following exhibition took place, as related by the Pennsylvania Packet in an issue of October, 1780. Quote, "This afternoon, September 30th, the people of Philadelphia and vicinity made a demonstration somewhat unfavorable to the late commander at West Point by carting that notorious conspirator through the streets of the city. The exhibition was as follows, in which was an effigy of General Arnold sitting. This was dressed in regimentals, had 2 faces, emblematical of his traitorous conduct, a mask in his left hand, a letter in his right from Beelzebub, telling him that he had done all the mischief he could do, and now he must hang himself. At the back of the general was the figure of the devil, dressed in black robes, shaking a purse of money at the general's left ear, and in his right hand a pitchfork, ready to drive him into hell, as the reward due for the many crimes in which his thirst for gold had made him commit. In the front of the stage, and before General Arnold, was placed a large lantern of transparent paper, with the consequences of his crimes thus delineated, i.e., on one part General Arnold on his knees before the devil, who is pulling him into the flames. A label from the general's mouth with these words, "My dear sir, I have served you faithfully," to which the devil replies, "And I'll reward you." On the other side, two figures hanging, inscribed, "The Traitor's Reward," and written underneath, "The Adjutant General of the British Army and Joe Smith." The first hanged as a spy, and the other as a traitor to his country. And on the front of the lantern was written the following: Major General Benedict Arnold, late commander of the fort, West Point. The crime of this man is high treason. He has deserted his important post, West Point, on Hudson River, committed to his charge by His Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, and has gone off to the enemy at New York. His design to have given up this fortress to our enemies has been discovered by the goodness of the omniscient Creator, who has not only prevented him from carrying it into execution, but has thrown into our hands Andre, the adjutant general of their army, who was detected in the infamous character of a spy. The treachery of this ungrateful general is held up to public view, for the exposition of infamy, and to proclaim with joyful acclamation another instance of the interposition of bounteous Providence. The effigy of this ingrate is therefore hanged, for want of his body, as a traitor to his native country and a betrayer of the laws of honor. The procession began about 4 o'clock, in the following order: several gentlemen mounted on horseback, a line of Continental officers, sundry gentlemen in a line, a guard of the city infantry, just before the cart, drums and fifes playing the Rogue's March, guards on each side. The procession was attended with a numerous concourse of people, who, after expressing their abhorrence of the treason of the traitor, committed him to the flames, and left both the effigy and the original to sink into the ashes and oblivion. In addition to this procession, copies of the following letter were scattered among the people in order to give expression to the feelings which Arnold's treason had aroused. A letter from His Infernal Majesty, Berlatara Beelzebub, to Alan Buzrael, commonly called Benedict Arnold. A true copy of the original he had in his hand before he was burnt in Philadelphia, September 30th, 1780. Faithful Buzrael, you remember that before we sent you into the world to prepare the ruin of America, the worthy object of our indignation, being by its situation capable of more virtue than any country in the world, we ordered you to begin by great exertions of bravery, to gain the affections of the inhabitants and bestow on yourself their confidence and their friendship. You succeeded very well in this business, and you were even skillful enough to seduce associates to your operations, some powerful citizens of their country, whom we shall reward in time for their great achievements. We assure you of our royal satisfaction in this particular, and we are glad to see that you obtained the title of a general, in which dignity you may be able to do more mischief than in any other. But we cannot approve the choice you made of your face, which has something roguish in it, and does not quite inspire all that confidence we expected. We understand, by some savages, both English and Americans, lately arrived in our dominions, that what they call the virtuous citizens of America suspect you very much of being an enemy to their country. We see with great abhorrence that, notwithstanding all your secret intrigues, the independence of America acquires every day more strength and solidity. Their commerce is flourishing more than ever. Their country affords them every kind of provisions. Their patriotism grows more and more invincible. We deplore with our friends in England the good condition of their army and the bravery of their soldiers. Our kingdom trembles at the very name of Washington, and we detest him as much as he is adored by his countrymen. We expect that you will find some effectual means to deliver us this powerful enemy, but particularly to put an end, by a capital stroke, to all the pretensions of that people, and we flatter ourselves that after their subjection, they will be in a few years as corrupted, as wicked, as cruel as their mother country. We rely entirely upon your capabilities, but at the same time we require a prompt execution of your orders. Your affectionate king, Beelzebub. Unquote. Poor Benedict Arnold. Detested by the Americans and despised by the very British to whom he had gone, His life was to end in ignominy and disgrace. The space that belonged to him on the beautiful monument that marks the place of his wonderfully brave fight at Saratoga is left vacant, and the place he once held and might have kept in the hearts of his countrymen is filled, not with the picture of one whom men delight to honor, but one whom they despise. He was untrue to himself, and so could not be true to any man. But before his end came, he was to increase the bitter hatred his countrymen felt for him by other and evil deeds. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Revolt of the Soldiers. The Prison Ships. The life of the soldiers in the American camps, at least in the Northern Army, was one which it is difficult to describe. The very fact that but few open engagements with the redcoats were possible, for each army seemed to be bent upon holding the other in the position it occupied, the British being in New York and the Americans not far away, in the vicinity of the city in the highlands of the Hudson or among the hills of New Jersey, all this kept the soldiers in a perpetual state of anxiety and inactivity. Added to these things was the failure to receive much of the pay that was due them, and the little they did receive was of slight value owing to the cartloads of counterfeits the British in New York made and scattered. Naturally, as a result, the vices that are only too common in camp life multiplied, the hunger and homesickness increased, and perhaps among many came a feeling of despair. For with the slowly passing years, the outcome of the struggle seemed almost as far away as when the war had been begun. Log or stone huts or ragged canvas tents afforded them insufficient shelter from the storm and cold, and provisions at times were so scanty that hunger was no stranger to the camps. In a letter to a friend, General Washington wrote at this time, quote, "We have had the virtue and patience of the army put to the severest trial. Sometimes it has been 5 or 6 days together without bread, at other times as many days without meat, and once or twice 2 or 3 days without either. I hardly thought it possible, at one period, that we should be able to keep it together, nor could it have been done but for the exertions of the magistrates in the several counties of this state, Jersey, on whom I was obliged to call, expose our situation to them, and in plain terms declare that we were reduced to the alternative of disbanding or catering for ourselves, unless the inhabitants would afford us their aid. Nothing but this great exertion could have saved the army from dissolution or starving. At one time the soldiers ate every kind of horse food but hay. Buckwheat, common wheat, rye, and Indian corn composed the meal that made their bread. As an army, they bore it with heroic patience. But sufferings like these, accompanied by the want of clothes, blankets, etc., will produce frequent desertions in all armies, and so it happened with us, though it did not excite a single mutiny." Unquote. Washington learned, however, that it not only could, but that it did cause mutiny to arise. The officers themselves fared no better than the men. At Morristown, one day early in January 1780, Mrs. Thompson, the Irish housekeeper of the commander, came to him and said, "We have nothing but the rations to cook, sir." "Well, Mrs. Thompson," replied the general, "you must then cook the rations, for I have not a farthing to give you." "If you please, sir, let one of the gentlemen give me an order for 6 bushels of salt." "6 bushels of salt? For what?" "To preserve the fresh beef, sir." One of the aides gave the order, and the next day His Excellency's table was, in a measure, provided for. Mrs. Thompson was sent for and told that she had done very wrong, for it was not known when she could be repaid. "I owe you too much already," said Washington, "to permit the debt being increased, and our situation is not at the moment such to induce a very sanguine hope." "Sir," she replied, "it is always darkest just before the daylight, and I hope your excellency will forgive me for bartering the salt for some of the necessaries that were on the table." Salt was valued at $8 a bushel at the time. In Thatcher's military journal occurs the following record of a soldier's words. Quote, "On the 3rd, we experienced one of the most tremendous snowstorms ever remembered. Several marquees were torn asunder and blown down over the officers' heads in the night. And some of the soldiers were actually covered while in their tents, and buried like sheep under the snow. My comrades and myself were roused from sleep by the calls of some officers for assistance. Their marquee had blown down, and they were almost smothered in the storm before they could reach our marquee, only a few yards, and their blankets and baggage were nearly buried in the snow. We are greatly favored in having a supply of straw for bedding. Over this we spread all our blankets, and with our clothes and large fires at our feet, while 4 or 5 are crowded together, preserve ourselves from freezing. But the sufferings of the poor soldiers can hardly be described. While on duty, they are unavoidably exposed to all the inclemency of storms and severe cold. At night, they now have a bed of straw on the ground and a single blanket to each man. They are badly clad, and some are destitute of shoes. The snow is now 5 or 6 feet deep, which so obstructs the roads as to prevent our receiving a supply of provisions." Unquote. Under such circumstances, it is not strange that repeated complaints came to Washington that some of the soldiers were stealing the poultry, pigs, and even the cattle of the people dwelling in the region. The sternest and strictest of orders were issued against this practice, but still many of the hungry men persisted. The punishment of death was inflicted in a few flagrant cases, but the general method of punishment was by a public whipping, the number of stripes varying in proportion to the offense. No one was punished without a fair trial, and as many as 100 lashes were sometimes laid on the bare back by the drummers and fifers to whom was assigned this terrible task. Some of the hardened men were accustomed to place a bullet between their teeth and chew it while they were receiving their lashing, and it is recorded that sometimes the bullet was flat and jagged when the torture ceased, for the whip was made of several knotted cords, which sometimes cut through the skin at every stroke. Another mode of punishment was by running the gauntlet. This is done by a company of soldiers standing in 2 lines, each man furnished with a switch, and the criminal is made to run between them and receive the scourge from their hands on his naked back. It is not without a gleam of sympathy that we read that frequently the delinquent man runs so rapidly, and the soldiers are so apt to favor a comrade, that it often happens this way, that the punishment is trivial. But on some occasions, a soldier is ordered to hold a bayonet at his breast to impede his steps. The lighter side of camp life was not entirely neglected, however, and many festivals were planned, particularly by the wives of the officers, many of whom spent all the time they could spare from their families with their husbands in the camps. The cheery, brave, and patient endurance by the wife of General Greene of the sufferings of the camps is a frequent cause of comment, and her influence was almost as great over the soldiers as it was over her illustrious husband. Mrs. General Knox was another helpful woman, and her parties and functions in the camps are frequently mentioned. Then there was the celebration of great days, notably of the anniversaries of the Declaration of Independence and of the alliance with France. At such times, droll processions were formed, and effigies of prominent Tories or Redcoats were carried about, King George, Lord North, and Lord George Germain being the favorites. After the march, these effigies were burned, and as an extra gill of rum was served each soldier, doubtless the hilarity lasted far into the night. But hunger, homesickness, and despair, and more than all, the failure to receive their pay, at last had so strong an effect that the dreaded mutiny came to pass, and the following quotation will explain it in detail. The Revolt of the Pennsylvania Line. The Pennsylvania line of troops, consisting of about 2,000 men, in winter quarters in the vicinity of Morristown, have come to the desperate resolution of revolting from their officers. Though the Pennsylvania troops have been subjected to all the discouragements and difficulties felt by the rest of the army, some particular circumstances peculiar to themselves have contributed to the revolt. When the soldiers first enlisted, the recruiting officers were provided with enlisting rolls for the term of 3 years, or the duration of the continuance of the war. And as the officers indulged in the opinion that the war would not continue for more than 3 years, they were perhaps indifferent in which column the soldier's name was inserted, leaving it liable to an ambiguity of construction. It is clear, however, that a part enlisted for 3 years, and others for the more indefinite term, during the war. The soldiers now contended that they enlisted for 3 years at the furthest, and were to have been discharged sooner, in case the war terminated before the expiration of this term. The war being protracted beyond the time expected, and the officers knowing the value of the soldiers who had been trained by 3 years' service, are accused of putting a different construction on the original agreement, and claiming their services during the war. The soldiers, even those who were actually listed for the war, having received very small bounties, complain of imposition and deception, and their case is extremely aggravated by the fact that 3 half-joes have now been offered as a bounty to others who will enlist for the remainder of the war, when these veteran soldiers have served 3 years for a mere shadow of compensation. It was scarcely necessary to add to their trying circumstances a total want of pay for 12 months, and a state of nakedness and famine to excite in a soldier the spirit of insurrection. The officers themselves, also feeling aggrieved and in a destitute condition, relaxed in their system of camp discipline, and the soldiers occasionally overheard their murmurs and complaints. Having appointed a sergeant major for their commander, styling him Major General, and having concerted their arrangements, on the first day of the new year, 1781, they put their mutinous scheme into execution. On a preconcerted signal, the whole line, except a part of 3 regiments, paraded under arms without their officers, marched to the magazines and supplied themselves with provision and ammunition, and seizing 6 field pieces, took horses from General Wayne's stable to transport them. The officers of the line collected those who had not yet joined the insurgents, and endeavored to restore order, but the revolters fired and killed a Captain Billing, and wounded several other officers, and a few men were killed on each side. The mutineers commanded the party who opposed them to come over to them instantly, or they should be bayoneted, and the order was obeyed. General Wayne, who commanded the Pennsylvania troops, endeavored to interpose his influence and authority, urging them to return to their duty till their grievances could be inquired into and redressed. But all was to no purpose, and, on cocking his pistol, they instantly presented their bayonets to his breast, saying, "We respect and love you. Often have you led us into the field of battle, but we are no longer under your command. We warn you to be on your guard. If you fire your pistol, or attempt to enforce your command, we shall put you instantly to death." General Wayne next expostulated with them, expressing his apprehension that they were about to sacrifice the glorious cause of their country, and that the enemy would avail themselves of the opportunity to advance and improve so favorable an occasion. They assured him that they still retained an attachment and respect for the cause which they had embraced, and that, so far from disposition to abandon it, if the enemy should have come out of New York, they would, under his and his officers' orders, face them in the field, and oppose them to the utmost of their power. They complained that they had been imposed on and deceived respecting the terms of their enlistment, that they had received no wages for more than a year, and that they were destitute of clothing and had often been deprived of their rations. These were their grievances, and they were determined to march to Philadelphia and demand of Congress that justice which had so long been denied them. They commenced on their march in regular military order, and when encamped at night, they posted out pickets, guards, and sentinels. General Wayne, to prevent their depredations on private property, supplied them with provisions, and he, with Colonels Stewart and Butler, officers whom the soldiers respected and loved, followed and mixed with them to watch their motions and views, and they received from them respectful and civil treatment. On the 3rd day the troops reached Princeton, and by request of General Wayne they deputed a committee of sergeants, who stated to him formally in writing their claims as follows. First, a discharge for all those, without exception, who had served 3 years under their original engagements and had not received the increased bounty and re-enlisted for the war. Second, an immediate payment of all their arrears of pay and clothing, both to those who should be discharged and those who should be retained. Third, the residue of their bounty, to put them on an equal footing with those recently enlisted, and future substantial pay to those who should remain in the service. To these demands in their full extent, General Wayne could not feel himself authorized to reply in the affirmative, and a further negotiation was referred to the civil authority in the state of Pennsylvania. General Washington, whose headquarters were at New Windsor on the west side of the Hudson, received the intelligence on the 3rd instant, and summoned a council of war, consisting of the general and field officers, to devise the most proper measures to be pursued on this alarming occasion. Great apprehension was entertained that other troops, who have equal cause of discontent, would be excited to adopt a similar course. It is ordered that 5 battalions be formed by detachments from the several lines, to be held in perfect readiness to march on the shortest notice, with 4 days' provision cooked, and measures, it is understood, are being taken to bring the militia into immediate service if required. Intelligence of the revolt having reached Sir Henry Clinton, he cherished the hope that, by encouraging a rebellion, and turning the swords of our own soldiers against their country and brethren, he should have it in his power to effect an object which by his own arms he could not accomplish. He immediately dispatched 2 emissaries, a British sergeant and one Ogden of New Jersey, to the dissatisfied troops, with written instructions that by laying down their arms and marching to New York, they should receive their arrearages and depreciation in hard cash, and should be well clothed, have a free pardon for all past offenses, and be under the protection of the British government, and no military service should be required of them unless they voluntarily offered. They were requested to send persons to meet agents who should be appointed by Sir Henry Clinton to adjust the terms of a treaty, and the British general himself passed over to Staten Island, having a large body of troops in readiness to act as circumstances might require. The proposals from the enemy were rejected with disdain, and the mutineers delivered the papers to General Wayne, but refused to give up the emissaries, preferring to keep them in durance till their difficulties could be discussed and settled. A committee of Congress was appointed, who conferred with the Executive Council of the state of Pennsylvania, and by the latter authority, an accommodation of the affairs with the revolters has been effected. By giving an interpretation favorable to the soldiers of the enlistments which were for 3 years or during the war, declaring them to expire at the end of 3 years. The insurgents now surrendered the 2 emissaries into the hands of General Wayne, on the stipulated condition that they should not be executed till their affairs should be compromised, or, in case of failure, the prisoners should be redelivered when demanded. They were eventually, however, tried as spies, convicted, and immediately executed. A board of commissioners was now appointed, of whom 3 were deputed from the revolters, authorized to determine what description of soldiers should be discharged. The result is that the soldiers have accomplished their views. The committee, from prudential motives, without waiting for the enlisting papers, complied with their demands, and discharged from service a majority of the line, on their making oath that they enlisted for 3 years only. The enlisting rolls having since been produced, it is found that by far the largest number of those liberated enlisted for the whole war. Thus is terminated a most unfortunate transaction, which might have been prevented had the first complaints of the army received proper attention in due season. The fear of Washington that the action of the Pennsylvania troops would lead others to do as they had done was soon realized, for only a few days afterward, January 20, 1781, some of the New Jersey troops at Pompton, doubtless stirred as much by the success of the Pennsylvanians as by the sufferings they were compelled to endure, declared that they too were about to abandon the service. It was a critical time. The men had genuine wrongs, and what they were none knew better than the officers themselves. But desperate measures must be employed immediately, or the army would be lost. So General Washington ordered a brigade of Massachusetts troops to go at once from West Point to Pompton. The soldiers quickly responded, and so unexpected was the arrival of the New England men that the revolters were surprised and gave up their arms without a struggle. And so, by the prompt measures of Washington, what threatened to be the greatest peril the American army had faced since the beginning of the war was quelled. The measures employed were harsh, but nothing but harsh measures would be appreciated at such a time. During these years, the sufferings of the American prisoners in the prisons of New York City were intense. But the men in the sugar houses and churches were almost in paradise in comparison with those who were confined in the prison ships. These ships were vessels of war, which had become unfit for service and were, accordingly, brought to New York and anchored near the city, where they were overcrowded with the poor fellows who had been so unfortunate as to fall into the hands of the redcoats. The ships were anchored near the present Navy Yard, and the Whitby, Good Hope, Scorpion, Prince of Wales, Hunter, Stromboli, Falmouth, and other vessels were by turn found there. The worst of all the prison ships, and the one most bitterly detested then and now, was the old Jersey. At first she had been a 64-gun ship, but becoming unfit for service, was dismantled and anchored in the wall Abacht. The wretched prisoners every night heard the cry, "Down, rebels, down!" and they were driven by the guard into the hold, where the foul air, filth, and crowded conditions were almost indescribable. In the morning, they were greeted with the call, "Rebels, bring up your dead." Then the dead would be brought up, and if a blanket could be had, the body was wrapped in it and buried in a shallow grave on the Long Island shore. The food was insufficient and of horrible quality. The brutality of the guards was great, and the suffering of the poor prisoners was so severe that it is said that more than 11,000 men perished aboard the Jersey alone. Of course, there were numerous attempts to escape. One poor fellow, a young preacher, after having gained the favor of his guard, was taken ashore to get water one day. The guard watched, while the half-starved young prisoner brought the water in a heavy bucket from the spring to the skiff. Suddenly swinging the pail, he felled the guard and dashed toward the nearby woods. The startled soldier rose to his feet and, discharging his gun, gave the alarm to nearby troops, but fortunately he missed his prisoner, who meanwhile had gained the shelter of the woods. The pursuit was instantly begun, and the old story reads that at one time the young preacher encircled a huge tree, his would-be captor moving also about it without discovering him. When he gained the road, he was compelled to conceal himself for hours at a time behind stone walls, in old barns, among the trees, or in any place that promised him a brief shelter. Once he applied at a house for aid, he was almost recaptured. But moving on, at last his strength almost gone, he applied at a Quaker's house for food. The good wife listened to his tale, and then insisted upon putting him in bed, while she baked his filthy rags, and on the following morning her husband carried the wretched man to Sag Harbor, where he found a boat, and was taken across the Sound to the Connecticut shore, and was safe. Another party of 4 got away by seizing a skiff in which some of the visitors had come to the prison ship, and though they were fired upon, managed to escape. Still another party tried to escape on the ice, but although a few did get away, others were so weak that they could not run, and their frozen bodies were soon afterward found. But escape was infrequent, and the guards on shore were so strong that almost every attempt resulted in failure. Then, too, were the frequent visits of the British recruiting officers, who not only urged the men to enlist under the banner of the king, but told them how the Americans were being steadily defeated, and as the wretched prisoners had no other means of learning how their countrymen were faring, it is small cause for surprise that some listened to the appeals and sought relief or the opportunity to escape by enlisting among the redcoats. But to the credit of the great body of these suffering men, be it said that only a very few forgot their country or their honor. Of late years, there has been a movement to honor the memory of the prisoners on the Jersey and the other ships by the erection of a monument, and certain it is that no men deserve one more. They could not be exchanged. They would not abandon the cause for which they had begun the war, and though they had no share in battle, still their heroic and patient endurance of suffering is among the best parts of our heritage. Quote, "They also serve, who only stand and wait." Unquote. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Struggle in the South. In the closing years of the Revolution, although the suffering and trials of the people in the northern colonies became steadily more intense, the most of the active fighting was done in the South. The British had tried to conquer the New England people, and had failed. They then tried to overcome the men of the Middle States, but found them as determined in their resistance to King George as the Yankees had been. The very victories the armies of the king had won, instead of crushing the spirits of the people, had, to all appearances, only made them more determined to fight on to the end. The British were, however, just as strong as the Americans in their unwillingness to abandon the contest into which they had entered, and now they transferred their efforts to the South, hoping that they might accomplish there what they had failed to bring to pass in the North. The scattered hamlets and the fact that there were but few cities in the South, and the hope that the slaves might be induced to rise against their masters, were strong inducements of themselves, as well as the fact that there was a large number of Tories in some of the southern states. The intensity of the feeling among the men of the South, no matter whether they were Tories or Whigs, seemed to increase the bitterness of the struggle, and although the British were victorious in most of those battles, the very fact of the defeat served only to rouse the anger and increase the zeal of the men who were fighting for their freedom. The natural result of all these things was that the war in the South became a terrible struggle, in which cruelty, robbery, and murder played so important a part that the record of those years reads more like that of a work of brigands and highwaymen than it does like that of a sober struggle between men of the same race. The trouble began in the autumn of 1778, when two bodies of Tories and refugees advancing swiftly and unexpectedly from East Florida into Georgia, one party moving by boats toward Sunbury, while the other marched overland upon the little garrison at Midway. When the enemy arrived at Sunbury, they summoned Colonel McIntosh, who was in command there, to surrender. But the doughty colonel sent back the messenger with the rough statement that, quote, "if the redcoats wanted the place, they must come and take it." Unquote. Not thinking they were in sufficient force to do this, and perhaps not expecting such a reply to their summons, the refugees, like the famous man who marched up the hill and then marched down again, decided to return to the place from which they had come. The other party, though constantly annoyed by the fire of the militia that followed them, at last arrived at the Ogeechee River, where they found 200 Continentals waiting and ready to dispute their passage. Then they too turned back when there came a report of a force of angry patriots already on the way from South Carolina. But being strong enough, they stopped at Midway, burned every house there, destroyed the crops, and carried away all the negroes, horses, and valuables upon which they could lay their hands, while the frightened planters fled to South Carolina, glad to have escaped with their lives. General Robert Howe, the leader of the Patriot forces, determined to retaliate, and accordingly sent to St. Augustine a force of 2,000 men he had assembled, resolved to carry the war into the enemy's country. No sooner, however, had he approached the town than a terrible sickness broke out among his soldiers, and he was obliged to retreat at once in order to save his men from a peril worse than that of bullets. The British commander-in-chief now decided to move actively against the South, and resolved that Savannah should be the first place to fall into his hands. Accordingly, he ordered General Prevost, who was in command of East Florida, to advance with his men upon Savannah, and at the same time Colonel Campbell was to come from New York with a force of 2,500 men whom Sir Hyde Parker was to carry to the south on his fleet. On December 23rd, the fleet arrived in the river, and 6 days afterward, with little or no difficulty, the redcoats were landed. General Robert Howe was the sturdy American leader who was to try to defend and protect Georgia, but he had only a small force of about 600 Continentals and perhaps 250 militia to assist him. However, not the least dismayed by the great odds, he with his men took a very excellent position, which was surrounded on every side, save one, by the river or by deep and impassable swamps. And believing that his little force was strong enough to keep back an enemy that could approach his position only on the front, he awaited the issue with considerable confidence. His plans were all upset, however, by the treachery of a Negro slave who, knowing of a path that led through the swamp to the rear of the place held by the Americans, informed the British of the approach, and himself led the way for the redcoats, who followed him while their companions pretended to make an attack in front. The scheme was very successful, and the Americans, though they fought desperately, were caught in the trap and were almost annihilated, for more than 100 of their men were killed, while 453 became prisoners, and the guns, ammunition, and stores fell into the hands of the victorious and elated redcoats. The few Continentals who did escape fled into South Carolina, but Georgia was in possession of the British, who now made their headquarters at Ebenezer and Augusta, and from these places sent forth their trusted men to attempt to arouse the Tories of all the adjacent regions. What made the Americans feel even worse was the knowledge that at the very time when Savannah fell, 2,000 true men from North Carolina were marching to aid them. The efforts of the British to summon the Tories to their aid were successful, and several hundred of them, including many of the criminals and desperate men who are ever quick to seize the opportunity which the lawless times of war present, were soon under the command of Colonel Boyd, marching along the western border, where they were committing crimes and doing deeds that cannot be described. Their actions served to rouse the Whigs still more, and brave Colonel Pickens, with a band of picked men from the district of 96, fell upon the banditti, for they were nothing less, and after a fight that lasted almost an hour, succeeded in driving them from the field, leaving their leader and 40 men dead behind them. Aware of the British designs, General Lincoln had been placed in command of the American troops, and after receiving the little remnant of Howe's force and being reinforced by the North Carolina men, he had about 2,500 under him. At the same time, the British were strengthened by the arrival of redcoats from St. Augustine, and, elated by their easy conquest of Savannah, planned an expedition against Port Royal Island. There they landed, February 3rd, 1779, but Moultrie was there to meet them, and so savagely did he and his men resist that the redcoats, after losing nearly all their officers and a large number of men, were completely routed. These successes were not great, but they were encouraging, and surely encouragement was needed, for little but defeat was to be faced for some time to come. The anger of the Whigs had been so aroused by the action of the Tories that 70 of the latter were condemned to death, though on sober second thought only 5 of the leaders were executed. Perhaps if they had stopped for a third thought, no one would have been so treated, for about all that was accomplished was to increase the hatred already almost too bitter to be borne. As the British had been extending their posts up the river, Lincoln ordered General Ashe with 1,500 of the North Carolina militia and the few that were left of the Georgia Continentals to advance upon that part of the country. When Ashe went into camp at Briar Creek, General Prevost determined to attack him. Pretending that he was about to advance upon Charleston, and by the trick preventing Lincoln from coming to the aid of his comrade, and at the same time leading Ashe to believe that he was about to attack him in front, he swiftly crossed Briar Creek with a large force of men, and gaining the rear of the Americans, fell upon them with great fury. The American militia were so frightened that they fled without firing a shot. For a time the hardy Continentals stood their ground, but what could they do against so many? In a brief time 300 of them were shot or prisoners, and only about 450 made their way back to join Lincoln. for the most of the militia that escaped had fled to their homes. Although he had lost about 1/4 of his little army, Lincoln was not ready to give up. Had he not been in the army that had beaten boastful John Burgoyne? He had seen too much to be discouraged now, and after his little army had been somewhat strengthened by the coming of the reinforcements, he left 1,000 to garrison the camps, and with the 4,000 now set forth late in April 1779 to attempt to regain what had been lost. General Prevost, with 2,400 redcoats and many Indians, set forth from his camp, and as Moultrie, who was to oppose him, was not able to check the advance, he retired towards Charleston, burning or destroying every bridge as he went. Thus, having been delayed, when Prevost appeared before Charleston and demanded the surrender of the town, the people were somewhat prepared to resist, and aware as they were that Lincoln's army was coming to their aid, held out until the American general was near. When the British, fearful that they would be caught between the two fires, crossed the Ashley and went into camp on some of the nearby islands. Lincoln did not desire a battle, for he was fearful his militia would not stand. When Prevost started back toward Savannah, Lincoln attempted to take the British post at Stono Ferry, but his plan failed, and 179 of the 1,200 Americans engaged in the attempt were lost. With the remainder of his army, Lincoln withdrew to Sheldon, near Beaufort, while the redcoats hastened back to Savannah, and nothing of importance had been accomplished. So matters remained, each army watching the other, until September, when the French Count d'Estaing, with his fleet of 20 sail of the line, 2 50-gun ships, and 11 frigates arrived. His coming put fresh courage into the hearts of the struggling patriots, though they were again to find that their boasted allies were little to be depended upon, and as soon as possible after they came, Lincoln prepared to march upon Savannah. Many of the militia had rallied at the call of Lincoln, but the British in Savannah, well aware of what was going on, had been working night and day to strengthen their defenses. And to make matters still worse, after d'Estaing had demanded a surrender of the place, during the 24 hours' grace he had granted, about 800 men from Beaufort succeeded in making their way into the town and joined the redcoats. Then Prevost declared that he would defend Savannah to the very last. It was October 4th when the batteries of the besiegers opened upon the town, but when several days passed and no signs of a surrender appeared, the eager-hearted and overconfident militia clamored for an assault to be made. The attacking party seemed to be very strong, for it had 3,500 French troops, some 600 Continentals, and about 350 militia, and for a time they did make a great fight. But at last they were beaten back, after more than 600 of the French soldiers had been killed or wounded, and more than 240 of the Americans had been lost. It was in this attack that Count Pulaski, the Polish noble who had come to fight for the freedom of the colonies, fell, and his death, as well as the terrible losses of the troops, so disheartened the militia that the most of them went back to their homes, and d'Estaing with his troops and fleet set sail from the western world. It was a very discouraging outlook for the Southern patriots, but they were yet to learn that their best promise of success lay not in attempting to meet the well-drilled soldiers of King George in the open field, but in the swift and daring attacks made by their own smaller bands. Indeed, at this very time, while Savannah was being besieged, Colonel John White, with only 6 men as bold as he, captured 5 British armed vessels which had anchored in the Ogeechee River, about 25 miles from Savannah. In the night of September 30th, he kindled fires at various places along the bank, and by pretending that there was a large encampment there, frightened the men into surrendering to save themselves from what they thought to be an overwhelming attack. In this manner, he secured about 140 British prisoners, and there was need of such boldness, for in the preceding May about 2,000 soldiers and 500 Marines had been sent by Clinton to Portsmouth, and such of the vessels there as the Americans could not burn fell into the hands of the redcoats. Elated by their easy success, the British had then gone on to Suffolk, Kent's Landing, Gosport, Tanner's Creek, and other places, burning and plundering on their way. And it is said that before the raid was ended, and the marauding redcoats had returned to New York, 130 of the little American vessels had been seized or destroyed by them. As soon as Sir Henry Clinton in New York learned that d'Estaing had really departed from America, he decided to go south himself and assist in quickly completing the work which had been so well begun by his forces in Georgia. Accordingly, he left the Hessian general Knyphausen in command of the forces in New York, and he himself sailed for the south. But he had a stormy passage. Some of his fleet was lost. His horses were drowned. And when at last, on February 11th, he landed on John's Island, about 30 miles from Charleston, it hardly seemed as if he was ready for work. But he was, nevertheless, and the South Carolina Assembly broke up as soon as he came, and General Lincoln, who with the little remnant of his army had returned to Charleston, began to labor hard to strengthen the defenses of that town. Many, 600, of the Negro slaves were set at work, and Lincoln, who was expecting reinforcements from the north, now began to pluck up heart. Clinton had no mind to wait, however, and in a few days he moved up nearer the town, and the little fleet of American boats, unable to resist such a force as Sir Henry had, was speedily divested of its guns, which were taken into the town and added to the defenses there. By this time Clinton had sent word to Lincoln that Charleston must be surrendered, that the town was invested by land and sea, and to attempt to hold it would only mean a great and unnecessary loss of life. Lincoln, however, sturdily refused, and then the real tug-of-war began. The lines of the British were steadily drawn tighter. Parties that tried to come to the aid of the Patriots were cut off, and meanwhile 3,000 additional redcoats had come from New York to Clinton's aid. At last, on the 12th of May, 1780, the American general agreed to surrender. Help had not come to him. The guns of the British were creating havoc and suffering, and there was no way of retreat left. To fight on would be murder. Naturally, the redcoats were delighted over the easy conquest and the fact that the Americans had lost the little army they had in the South. Clinton at once took measures to complete his work. There were many Tories in the state, and they speedily came to the front. Clinton was very fond of proclamations, and he at once began to issue them, promising protection to all Whigs who would return, and also offering many inducements for the Tories to organize and help keep order in the state. The infamous Tarleton was sent out with a force of horse and foot to assist the Tories, and to check the Patriots who were said to be coming from North Carolina. A force of these was, indeed, on its way, led by Colonel Buford. This band Tarleton met and defeated easily, and after the men had surrendered, his brutal soldiers, with bayonet or sword, killed nearly all the prisoners. Tarleton's quarter became a proverb and did much to rouse and hold the desperate Whigs together, and his dastardly deeds in the raids he made are a lasting disgrace to his king and the cause which he represented. South Carolina was strangely quiet, however, after the fall of Charleston, and Clinton, misled by the calm, decided to leave Cornwallis with 4,000 men in the state while he sailed back to New York to command the army there, and also to keep an eye on the Old Fox, as Washington was called by the redcoats. The regulars were posted in various parts of South Carolina, and all the enemy felt confident that the region was subdued. The quiet was like that before a storm, not that of despair. Bands of determined men joined their leaders, and the most savage and terrible part of the war followed. At the head of these forces were men like Sumter, Francis Marion, Williams, and others as brave and determined as they. Sumter rallied his men across the line in North Carolina, and when his followers numbered 600, resolved to start on his errand, which was to attack and cut off small detachments of the redcoats wherever they could be found. He began his work on July 10th at Williamson's plantation, where he drove off a large force of the British with only about 133 men. Next, with 600 men, he attacked the British at Rocky Mount, but as he had no cannon, he failed to dislodge them. Then at Hanging Rock, he so fiercely attacked the British and Tories posted there that he almost annihilated the regiment known as that of the Prince of Wales. Meanwhile, Congress was resolved to aid and ordered the Maryland and Delaware troops to go to South Carolina. Baron de Kalb had been in command, but as he was a foreigner and not acquainted with the men or the country, it was determined wiser to make Gates the leader, but the little dandy soon proved that he was not large enough for the task. When Gates assumed the command July 27, 1780, the army already was in South Carolina, and he decided to advance at once upon the British at Camden. Disregarding the advice given him, he led the way through a barren region that did not seem to produce much except Tories, and though some of the Virginia militia joined him, their presence only served to decrease the supplies, and starvation became a common word in the camps. When Gates halted on the 13th of August about 13 miles from Camden, his forces numbered about 3,600 men. Cornwallis himself was at Camden with about 2,000 men, and as many of his soldiers were sick, at first, particularly as the Whigs of the region had risen at the coming of Gates, he did not desire to chance a battle. But to retreat would be worse, so he decided to fight, and on the night of the 15th led his forces out of Camden, hoping to surprise Gates in the darkness. The American general, however, had sent away his sick and wounded, and at that very time was advancing toward what he thought was a better position. In the darkness, the two armies met, each almost as surprised as the other. At first, the American militia began to give way, but their courage returned, and until morning both armies held their ground, and then a fearful struggle began. When the redcoats advanced with a loud shout, the frightened Virginia militia fled, but the Continentals held their ground and fought desperately, and even with a prospect of success. But after the flight of their friends, they were soon surrounded, and as they broke, the cruel Tarleton chased them for more than 20 miles with his cavalry. Nearly 300 American prisoners were brought back to Camden, and the Patriots had lost all their baggage, artillery, and field pieces as well. And among the many killed was Baron de Kalb. Sumter, who seemed to be always everywhere before the Battle of Camden, had sent word to Gates that he had found out that a large convoy of supplies for the British was on its way from Charleston to Camden, and declared that if Gates would send him 400 men, he could and would capture it. Gates did as he was requested, and Sumter promptly took all the stores and 300 prisoners as well. But hearing that Gates had been defeated at Camden, he began to retreat up the Wateree with his spoil. Tarleton's legion was sent after him, and at Fishing Creek, near Catawba Ford, rode straight into the camp before Sumter could do anything to defend himself. Tarleton easily retook the stores, and almost as easily killed or wounded more than 300 of the men, seized all the artillery, and drove the soldiers he could not shoot into flight. Gates, meanwhile, had rallied what was left of his army at Hillsborough, but so many of Cornwallis's soldiers were ill that the British general dared not follow up his victory, which was extremely fortunate for Gates. Angry at the rising of the Whigs, the British commander sent forth some new proclamations and ordered that every militiaman who had borne arms against the British and afterward joined the Americans should be put to death. His order only served to make the desperate patriots still more determined, and if they must die, they resolved to make their death costly to the redcoats. Colonel Ferguson had been ordered by Cornwallis to cut off a force which Colonel Clark had led against the fort known as 96, and while the British officer was trying to do what he had been told to do, the patriots from the mountains of Virginia and North Carolina had been rallying, and now were marching upon Ferguson himself. The British colonel heard of their coming and started swiftly for Charlotte, North Carolina, where Cornwallis and his army were. The militia were so rapidly increasing in numbers, however, that soon there were 3,000 of them, of whom 1,600 were mounted and were experts with the rifle. With all Ferguson's efforts, he could not get away, so taking what he thought to be a good position at King's Mountain, he waited for the Whigs to come. And they came. In 3 divisions they fell upon the redcoats, and though the British fought desperately and with bayonets for an hour, Ferguson at last was killed, and then his men quickly surrendered. So 1,500 stand of arms and 800 prisoners fell into the hands of the Americans, while 150 redcoats lay dead upon the field, and as many more were wounded. The loss of the Americans was small, although some of their best officers fell in the fight. Kings Mountain became a rallying cry from that day. Sumter, although his force had been scattered by the savage legion of Tarleton, was in no wise discouraged. Soon he had another band of hardy followers, and, by constantly changing his position, at one time he would be heard of at the Broad River, then at the Enoree, then again at the Tiger. Force after force was sent against him, but Sumter not only managed to escape, but even drove Tarleton from the field when the brutal leader was sent to attack him. Francis Marion and other leaders were also engaged in a similar line of work. Daring and fearless, they would dash from their hiding places upon some detachment of the redcoats or a band with stores, and the redcoats lived in a state of perpetual uncertainty, if not of fear, not knowing where next or upon whom these silent bands would fall. If South Carolina was subdued, as Clinton declared it to be, it certainly had a very strange manner of showing it. When Cornwallis heard of the defeat at Kings Mountain, he withdrew with his troops into South Carolina, but when he went into winter quarters, to his surprise and disgust he discovered that Sumter and Marion and the various other marauders had not the slightest intention of following his very excellent example, for not one jot did they abate their midnight rides or raids. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Greene's Work in the South. These were dark days for the struggling patriots. The surrender of Lincoln at Charleston, the series of blunders and defeats which the boastful but incompetent Gates had suffered, the intense bitterness of the feelings of the Tories and Whigs in South Carolina, the prospect of any end to the war being very dim indeed, the apparent lack of action on the part of the armies in the North, and above all, the want of money, would have disheartened any but the most determined of men. There were not very many men of wealth in America, but a few of these came to the aid of the army with loans of their own, the most notable of whom was Robert Morris of Philadelphia, as staunch a friend of Washington as he was of liberty itself. Some loans also at this time were secured from France, or made by other countries after France had promised to become responsible for their payment. But where so much was required, even these considerable sums were little more than a drop in the bucket. Early in the year 1779, young Lafayette had returned to France, and so eloquently had he pleaded the cause of the little nation that at last it was decided to send to America a fleet of 7 ships of the line, and 3 frigates, and a force of 6,000 men. Of the troops, Count Rochambeau was to be in command, and the Americans were to find him a friend indeed as well as the friend in need. Admiral de Ternay was in command of the fleet, and it was understood that all men and officers were to be placed under Washington's direction, and so it was hoped that the irritation that had attended the former relations of the two countries would now be prevented. It was to meet and consult Rochambeau at Hartford that Washington had gone when the plan of Benedict Arnold to betray West Point was to have been put into execution, but the return of the American commanders sooner than Arnold had expected had thrown the traitor's plans into confusion, and had compelled him to flee for his life. In July 1780, the French fleet and troops arrived at Newport, and not only were the hearts of the Americans rejoicing at the coming of their allies, but they were cheered by the promise of still more men and vessels yet to come. But the British were yet to be reckoned with, for with their own staunch vessels they prevented the additional troops from setting sail for America, and for a time kept the French fleet at Newport bottled up. so that it did not dare to leave the shelter of the harbor, and so the Americans were compelled to rely again upon their own efforts, though the time was soon to come when the French would really be of great assistance to them. In South Carolina, the bitter struggle we have described was still to continue, though a new aspect was to be given affairs by the coming of General Nathaniel Greene. Like others of the leaders, Greene had been so angered by the petty attacks of some of his enemies in Congress that he had decided to give up his place. But Washington, who well knew the true worth of his friend, appealing to his honor and friendship, induced him to accept command in the South in place of Gates, and on the 2nd of December, 1780, Greene arrived at Charlotte, and at once took the position. Baron Steuben, who had come with him, was left in Virginia, where Arnold, with 1,600 bitter New York Tories, had been sent to inflict all the damage in his power. And as Arnold was intensely bitter himself now against his former friends, the amount of damage he did must have satisfied even the most intense of the Tories or Redcoats. Two of the men who came with Greene by the direction of Washington were Henry Lee, Light Horse Harry, the dashing cavalry leader, the able engineer who was soon to prove so valuable an aid to the resolute leader. General Leslie, with 3,000 of the choicest of the British troops, had been in Virginia burning and plundering by Clinton's orders. And as soon as he started for the quarters of Cornwallis, Benedict Arnold had taken his place. And with Leslie's coming and the arrival of other reinforcements, Cornwallis found himself in command of an army of 11,300 well-drilled and well-equipped men. When Greene took the field, he had only 2,300 men, and of these some 1,200 were raw and inexperienced militia. Whatever success was won was due to the ability of the generals and the unconquered spirit of the men in the apparently insignificant little force. And the very first thing Greene did was to divide his little army, already too small to face the force of Cornwallis. But Greene understood what he was doing, and soon the country did as well. He sent Morgan, with a detachment numbering about 500, to watch the British at Camden and to obtain such provisions as he could secure for the army. Francis Marion was told to bestir himself at the same time in the lower part of South Carolina, and then General Greene with his troops left Charlotte and marched to the Pedee River, and the war was on. Late in December, 1780, Morgan had sent Colonel William Washington, a dashing cavalry leader and a distant cousin of the great commander, with his dragoons and 200 militia toward 96, where a force of advancing Tories was surprised, 40 prisoners secured, a large number of horses taken, and 150 of the enemy left killed or wounded. Cornwallis, after the arrival of Leslie and his men, had decided to advance into North Carolina and subdue that state also. But the work of Morgan's men made him afraid to leave that daring force behind him, so he soon decided that Morgan must be beaten and the people restrained by this defeat. Tarleton was the man he wanted for this purpose, and so that bold and brutal leader, with 1,100 picked men, was sent against him. As soon as Morgan heard of Tarleton's swift approach, for whatever his faults may have been, Tarleton was a man of great energy, aware that he was outnumbered almost 2 to 1, and that he was in no condition to meet his enemy, he began a quick retreat. But quick as he was, Tarleton was quicker, for he hardly allowed his men to sleep, so eager was he to push forward, and soon Morgan found that he could not get away. He could fight if he must, however, and fight he did. He drew up his men on a field near the border of 2 states known as the Cowpens, and placing Colonel Washington and his riders as a rear guard, he stationed the regulars in the second line and placed the untried militia in front, so that if they should be driven back, as seemed probable, they might perhaps make a stand if they should find themselves well supported. Tarleton led his troops into battle as soon as he saw what Morgan had done. The militia did not fire until the redcoats were within 50 yards, and then fell back before the rush of the British. Confidently believing that the Americans were retreating, the redcoats dashed forward. For a time they seemed to gain, but suddenly the militia rallied, and with the regulars made a charge upon the enemy, at the same time when Colonel Washington led his little band of riders against them. Surprised and startled, the redcoats gave way, and Tarleton's legion, was also making most excellent time as they strove to leave the field. Many of the infantry were captured, and so sharply did Colonel Washington pursue Tarleton that he himself gave that hated officer a sharp sword cut on the hand. But most of the legion escaped to tell Cornwallis of the Battle of the Cowpens, January 17, 1781, where the Americans killed 110 of their enemy and wounded 229, secured more than 500 prisoners, 800 stand of arms, 100 dragoon horses, 35 baggage wagons, and 2 standards. What rejoiced them as much as anything, however, was the retaking of the 2 cannon which Burgoyne had given up at Saratoga, and Cornwallis had recaptured at Camden. The loss of the Americans was only 12 killed and 60 wounded. Morgan, delighted and perhaps surprised by his victory, at once sent the prisoners with the militia toward Virginia, and then followed with the rest of his men. But Cornwallis, angry and determined, was speedily on his track, and then such a chase followed as has seldom been heard of. 11 days after the Battle of the Cowpens, Morgan's men had just crossed the Catawba when Cornwallis appeared on the opposite bank. A hard rain kept the British general from crossing, and for 2 days he waited for the swollen stream to subside, but by that time the prisoners were too far away to be followed. Morgan had called out all the Whigs of the region to his aid, and was preparing to fight the British should they try to cross the river. But on the last day of January, General Greene himself suddenly appeared in camp, having ridden 150 miles to lead Morgan's men to join the rest of the army. When Greene tried to prevent the British from crossing, the militia failed him, and the redcoats were soon on his side of the river and in swift pursuit, for the armies were so near that the van of one and the rear of the other were often in sight of each other. The wily Greene, almost as great a fox as Washington, led his force across the Yadkin, and again, when the British tried to cross, the rain descended and the floods came, and they were compelled to march far up the river to a ford. It is no wonder that the Whigs of the region were cheered and declared that Providence had held back the redcoats. Greene kept on his way, and at Guilford Courthouse joined his army. Cornwallis was now desperately in earnest. He had failed to scatter Morgan's men, but he hoped to cut off Greene before he could get back into Virginia, and at the same time cut off the reinforcements that it was understood were marching to aid Greene. The American general, as his force was so much smaller than that of the enemy, did not desire a battle, but he did wish to keep Cornwallis back if possible. So he ordered 700 men, among whom were Light Horse Harry Lee and Colonel William Washington, to bother the British. And bother them they did, and so successfully that when at last, with his usual good fortune, Greene arrived on the bank of the Dan, he succeeded in securing all the boats there, and crossed the river once more just as the van of Cornwallis's men appeared. The river was too deep to be forded, and there were no boats to be had, and the position held by Greene was strong, so Cornwallis marched on to Hillsborough. The retreat of the Americans had been for more than 200 miles, and 40 miles had been covered in the last day. What the armies suffered, no one can portray. At Hillsborough, Cornwallis tried to get the Tories to join his forces, but the Tories were not quite so much in evidence as formerly they had been. However, several companies were formed and marched toward the camp of the British. Tarleton was to meet them on their way, but Light Horse Harry Lee and Pickens with some of their followers had learned of the movement, and within a mile of Tarleton's force, at a place known as Bloody Pond, they fell upon the Tories, the most of whom were Scotchmen, and many were killed or taken. Some of those who escaped were met by Tarleton's legion, who had heard the firing, and mistaken them for Continentals were again fired upon by their own friends. No wonder it is that that Tory force came to be spoken of as the Lost Regiment. Late in February, Greene crossed back over the Dan, and for 3 weeks devoted his time and efforts to cutting off the supplies of Cornwallis, and to avoiding an open battle. And in both efforts he was very successful. At length, about the middle of March, Greene, having been reinforced by the coming of militia until he had about 4,200 men, took a position at Guilford Courthouse, where the ever-ready Cornwallis met him with a veteran force of 2,400. The engagement was fierce, and for a time the raw American militia did nobly. But after an hour and a half, when the redcoats seemed to be cutting off the possibility of a retreat, Greene ordered his men to leave the field, where 400 of their comrades had fallen, and more than 600 of the British were killed, wounded, or missing. Cornwallis claimed a complete victory in his Battle of Guilford Courthouse, March 15, 1781, and soon issued one of his favorite proclamations, in which he offered to pardon all the rebels who would return, and called upon all loyal subjects of King George to assist in restoring good government. If the British did win, it was a peculiar and costly victory, for within a few days Cornwallis departed from the region, leaving nearly 80 of his wounded soldiers and officers behind him. Greene had thought Cornwallis would fight again, but as soon as he learned that the British were departing, he changed his plan and began to follow them, which must have seemed like a very great relief to him. But Greene stopped when his army came to Deep River, though Cornwallis kept on until he arrived at Petersburg, Virginia. Quickly changing his plan and course, General Greene rested his army, let many of the militia go home, and then on the 5th of April started on a swift return towards Camden, South Carolina, where Colonel Lord Rawdon was in command of the British force which had been left there. Francis Marion, Pickens, Lee, and various other leaders with their quick-moving bands were sent into different parts of the state to cut off supplies for the British, to attack numerous small posts they had established, and in general strive to keep the redcoats scattered and to inflict all the damage on their enemies it was within their power to do. By the 24th of April, Greene had led his army to a place within a mile of Camden, but as he was not strong enough to attack Colonel Rawdon, who was in command of the British force there, the American general tried to get Rawdon to come forth and give him battle. Ready for the fight, the redcoats started forth, and on the morning of April 25, 1781, began to attack Greene's little army, which had been posted with great care on Hobkirk's Hill. At first the advantage seemed to be very decidedly with the Americans, and Colonel Washington had secured about 200 prisoners. But then, for some unaccountable reason, 2 of Greene's companies began to give way, and soon, in spite of all that the leaders could do, the entire army was retreating, and the British had won the victory. The Americans were moving back in fairly good order, however, and had a few prisoners along with their ammunition and stores, but the redcoats kept following until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Colonel Washington with his horsemen charged upon the British cavalry, and by scattering them put an end to the fight of the day. Each army had lost about 250 men, and though the redcoats had won, they were in no condition to follow up their victory. However, when a few days passed and Rawdon had been reinforced, he tried to surprise Greene by attacking his camp at night. But when he came close to it, he thought better of his purpose, and his army went back to Camden, where it remained until the 10th of May, when Rawdon set fire to the town and departed south of the Santee. The scattered bands of the Americans were now doing just the work that had been expected of them, and post after post fell before their attacks. In this way, Orangeburg, Fort Mott, Nelson's Ferry, Fort Granby, Silver Springs, and other little garrisons were taken, and though the victories in themselves were not important, they helped to keep up the courage of the Whigs and also kept the Tories and Redcoats in a constant state of alarm, as they did not know where next these hidden foes might appear. Augusta, or Fort Cornwallis as the place was then called, fell before the united attacks of Lee and Pickens, and Francis Marion compelled the Redcoats to abandon Georgetown. General Greene with his little army laid siege to 96, where Colonel Cruger was in command of the 500 British soldiers holding that fort. Aided by Kosciuszko, they erected batteries and dug mines till they were within 6 feet of the walls of the fort, and were confident that the long siege would be speedily ended. But just then word was received that Rawdon with strong reinforcements was coming to the aid of the sadly beset garrison at 96, and Greene knew that he must either assault the fort at once or leave the region, for he had too few men to hope to stand before the oncoming British. An assault was therefore determined upon, but though the patriots fought desperately, the attempt failed, and Greene began another of his famous retreats that seemed to injure the British more than their successes in the field could do them good. and Greene began another of his famous retreats that seemed to injure the British more than their successes in the field could do them good. Rawdon was close by when Greene's men started from 96 and turned to pursue them as far as the Honoree. Then, believing that his foe had left South Carolina, he divided his force and left a part at the Congaree. Just as soon as Rawdon did this, Greene instantly changed his own plans and advanced. The first information that Rawdon had of the whereabouts of his defeated foe was the news that within a mile of his camp, Lee had cut off a foraging party, and with 40 captive horsemen had succeeded in rejoining his leader. This was almost too much, and Rawdon straightway marched his men to Orangeburg. Greene, however, was close upon him, and on the 12th of July tried to draw him into battle, but Rawdon declined and instantly sent word to 96 for Kruger to come to his aid. General Greene tried to prevent the approach of Kruger's soldiers, but failed, and then after crossing the Wateree and Congaree, collected his entire force of 2,000 men, and instead of continuing a retreat, resolved to attack. The British moved back and took a position about 40 miles from Charleston near Eutaw Springs. Greene was in no condition at the time to take advantage of his enemy's backward movement, but after Francis Marion had joined him with his hardy men, it was decided to attack the British on the following day, September 8, 1781. The American forces were very skillfully arranged by their able leaders, and when they were on the march, they drove before them the British, who had come forth from their camp. The fight soon became general. Though the British at first had been driven back, they made a stand near a large 3-story brick house, and though the Americans fought desperately, they could not dislodge their foe. Hand to hand, with guns clubbed, the soldiers had fought, but the stubbornness of each side was as great as that of the other, and at last, unable to drive the redcoats, the Americans withdrew to the nearest place where water could be had, and the British declared that the battle was theirs. In one sense this was true, for they had not been driven from the field, but in killed, wounded, and prisoners they had lost more than 1,100 men, while the loss of the Americans was only about half that number. At all events, on the following day the redcoats hastened back to Charleston, and their anger was shared by all their Tory sympathizers. Indeed, the hatred of the Tories and Whigs was now fearfully intense, and many were the evil deeds they inflicted upon one another. One of the most celebrated of these deeds was the hanging of Colonel Isaac Hayne, a man respected by all the people of the state. He had been made a prisoner by the British at the siege of Charleston. He was then serving as a private in the ranks, and they had permitted him to return to his home on parole on the condition that he should not again take up arms. In this year, 1781, however, he had been told that he must enter the British service or go to Charleston. He did the latter, and was then informed that unless he would declare his allegiance to King George and take up arms for him, he would be cast into prison. There was severe illness in his home, and upon being informed that he would not be compelled to serve in the king's army, he agreed to the proposition, and then hastened to his home. Soon, however, he received word that he must enter the king's army. He thought if the British had broken their promise, he was not compelled to keep his. So he entered the army of the Patriots instead, was soon taken prisoner, placed in irons, given a mock trial, and condemned to be hanged. His friends, his little children, the ladies of Charleston, all begged that his life might be spared, but in vain. Remarking calmly, quote, "I set out for immortality," unquote, he was led to his death August 10th, 1781, by his brutal captors. His murder only served to increase the rage of the people, and throughout the state, such deeds followed his execution as cannot even be described. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Stories of the War in the South. Although apparently defeated in almost every battle, General Greene had, by his constant efforts, so weakened the British that practically he was now in control of almost all of South Carolina and Georgia, except Charleston and Savannah, and there he kept the redcoats bottled up until the end of the war. The character of the struggle, the loyalty and sufferings of the people during this time, may perhaps best be understood by relating certain incidents recorded by some of the earlier writers. In Johnston's Traditions and Reminiscences of the American Revolution, the well-known story of Marion's invitation to a British officer to dine with him, and then offering to his guest some roasted sweet potatoes, is thus told by one who heard it soon after the occurrence. Quote, "The young Englishman had first been invited by Marion's aides to dine with them, and had accepted the invitation. But being also invited by the general, he requested an excuse from the aides, among whom he would probably have fared better. The general, with his usual tact, had perceived that the young man was sensitive and concluded to try him by a ruse. The potatoes were served up as represented by all, those who have told the story, but when the general had peeled his potatoes, he did not throw away the skins as others usually do, but left them on one side of his plate. They had been roasted and brought on by Oscar, his foster brother, who was therefore from infancy always called Buddy, brother, by the general when he spoke to him. After dinner, the general said, 'Buddy, bring us something to drink,' and Oscar brought a gourd full of water, of which the officer was first invited to drink. The general then drank heartily from the same gourd. He then called Oscar to bring up his horse Roger, and Roger was led up to his master, who handed to him the potato skins, all of which were eaten by the horse from his master's hand. Not one of them was lost. The young officer, whose name I do not recollect to have heard, returned on the completion of his mission deeply impressed by the scene he had witnessed. He afterward resigned his commission with a determination never again to draw his sword against men who so bravely and conscientiously opposed his king and government. Suffering privations and wants of every kind, without pay, clothing, forage, arms, or ammunition, compelled to reside in sickly swamps without tents to shelter them, with nothing to drink but water, nothing to eat but roots, and feeding their horses on the skins, the refuse of this homely and scanty fare. After this adventure, General Marion obtained a very fine-blooded horse by defeating a party of Tories commanded by Captain John Ball. This fine animal was called Ball thenceforward, after his late owner. At one time, when the British were in possession of Georgetown, South Carolina, the immediate vicinity was kept in a constant state of alarm by Swamp Fox, the name by which the Tories called the hated Marion. On one occasion, one of Marion's men left some provisions with a woman and her daughter who were known to be friends of the rebel cause. Immediately after the departure of Marion's man, a party of British stopped at the house, made a search, and discovered the hidden supplies. They charged upon the mother the fact of their being designed for the rebel army. She prevaricated, and the officer in command insisted that she should have them hauled to the river and shipped to Charleston. The old lady said she would have them hauled as directed, but could not be responsible for them after they had left her premises, that some of Marion's men were constantly scouting about there, and would watch and seize them as soon as they should be removed. Taking advantage of this hint, the British scouts resolved to carry off with them all that they could bear away, and ordered her to have the remainder shipped immediately. With this intent, they proceeded to examine the supplies. The daughter watched them, determined, if possible, to defeat their object. Retiring from the house a few minutes, she hastily returned and, in apparent alarm and agitation, exclaimed, "Marion and his men are coming." The British beat a hasty retreat, and before nightfall the provisions were removed by a patriotic band to a place of greater security. Marion always enjoined upon his men, whenever they fell in with the enemy or heard of them, that they should obtain all possible information of their numbers, position, object, and destination. On one occasion, one of his men, named Revolt, when absent from the camp, met a considerable British detachment, from which he escaped with difficulty, but had no time to observe their numbers or description. It was his duty to report, but what was he to say? He had escaped into the woods, but now determined that he would return toward their track, ascertain their strength, and follow them to their encampment. He accordingly rode through the woods until he reached the head of their line, then climbed into a tree, counted their numbers accurately as they marched past him, and when they encamped, he passed on and reported to his general." Unquote. Among the most active and daring of Marion's men were Robert Simmons and William Withers, two young men equally inconsiderate. They had been sent together on some confidential expedition, and while resting at noon for refreshment, Withers, a practiced shot, was examining the pistols to see if they were in prime condition for any emergency, while Simmons sat near him, absorbed in thought. "Bob," said Withers, "if you had not that bridge on your nose, you would be a likely young fellow." "Do you think so?" said Simmons. Withers, for want of something else to do, was pointing his pistol at different objects to steady his hand and practice the grasp, weight, and level of his favorite weapon. At last, as Simmons sat sideways to him, he was again attracted by the prominent bridge of his nose. "Bob," said Withers, "I think I can shoot off that ugly bump on your nose." Said Simmons. "Shall I shoot?" "Shoot!" And crack went the pistol. The ball could not have been better aimed. It struck the projecting bridge and demolished it forever, all of which shows that Marion's men were not only bold and reckless, but at times foolhardy as well. One of the deeds of the South Carolina Boers, as the redcoats termed the farmer soldiers, was that of one of the men with Lieutenant Slocum, who was under the command of Colonel William Washington. He, with 12 others as bold as he, had been sent as scouts near the camp of Cornwallis. The lieutenant, when they came near the British camp, sent a man named McKean to spy out the land. McKean, on reaching the vicinity of Lord Cornwallis's post, concealed his horse in a thicket and advanced under cover of the woods to the skirts of the plantation. There he saw a square mile covered with the tents, baggage, and artillery of the best equipped and disciplined army which had ever visited America. The sight was one to impress the rude soldier, but as he looked he saw an officer come within range of his rifle. Without a thought of his own peril, the daring man raised his gun and fired, and the scarlet-clad officer fell to the ground. Instantly quitting his place of concealment, McKean ran for his horse, leapt upon his back, but had hardly started before he was aware that the British troopers were in swift pursuit. In the mad race across the sandhills, McKean held his own for 1.5 miles, when the foremost of his pursuers fired at him, but missed. A second shot, however, brought his horse to the ground, and before the soldier could recover from his fall, 2 of the troopers dashed past him, each giving him a sword cut as he went. The third came up more leisurely, and passed his sword through his body near the shoulder, and was about to give the final coup de grace, when his own sword arm was almost severed, and he rolled to the ground near his enemy. The second dragoon, now returning, fell with his head and helmet cleft, and the third at once surrendered to those who had come to McKean's aid. The half-dead Boer was carried to camp, where his wounds were dressed, and he afterward recovered. At this very time, Lieutenant Slocum's home had been invaded by Tarleton. He, with his legion, encamped on the plantation, and the leader had many a conversation with Mistress Slocum, who was intense in her patriotism. At the word of Tarleton, she prepared a dinner for him and for some of his officers, but while they were eating, the sound of guns in the distance was heard, and the leader of the redcoats demanded of Mrs. Slocum whether any part of Washington's army was in the vicinity or not. "I presume," replied the lady, "that it is known to you that the Marquis and Greene are in this state, and you would not be surprised at a call from Lee or from your old friend Colonel Washington, who, although a perfect gentleman, it is said shook your hand," pointing to the scar left by Washington's saber, "very rudely when you last met." The angry Tarleton ordered his troop to form, and commands were issued for the Tories to patrol the neighborhood, As soon as the intrepid woman heard this order, fearful for the safety of her husband, whom she knew to be near, she sent an old negro slave, ostensibly to a neighboring mill for meal, but really to warn her husband of his peril. The negro, delighted with the redcoats, lingered among the tents on the lawn, and when he turned to his duty, was horrified to behold young Lieutenant Slocum and a few of his friends entering the place, all unaware of the presence of Tarleton's legion. A cry from the slave warned them of their danger, but it was too late to turn back, for already their retreat was cut off, so straight ahead they dashed through the garden, leaping the canal and into the woods beyond, followed by the shots and cries of the baffled redcoats. When the lieutenant at last approached his hiding place, he was horrified to discover a man hanging by the neck from a halter attached to the overhanging branch of a tree. Instantly cutting him down, he found him to be a Tory prisoner recently taken, so the cruelty was not confined to one side only. Lieutenant Slocum with 200 neighbors followed the retiring redcoats and harassed them until they crossed the Roanoke. Perhaps this instance affords as good an insight into the character of the war as any could do. In the year 1777-78, Charleston was blockaded by various British cruisers. At one time, 3 of these were particularly troublesome. There was but one armed American vessel in port, and she was not more than a match for any one of the 3 British vessels. Alexander Gillon volunteered to go out against the 3 with this single vessel if the governor would sanction his attempt and supply him with a suitable number of Marines in addition to the crew of the vessel. The proposal was accepted, and the Marines were drafted from the regulars in the service of the state. Gillon disguised the vessel by means of tarpaulins and a change of rigging to look like a merchantman. He went to sea while the enemy were in sight, though they were at some distance from him and were somewhat scattered. In his assumed character, Gillon pretended to run away from the British cruisers and concealed all his men under the windward railings. One of the enemy pursued him, and thus was placed at still greater distance from his comrades. When he came up with Gillon's vessel, he ran alongside with the greater confidence. Gillon then threw his grappling irons on board, and at the head of the Marines boarded the British vessel and captured her with very little loss on either side. Gillon then divided his prisoners between the 2 vessels and secured them under the hatches. He also divided his officers and men between the 2, and considered himself a match for the 2 remaining blockaders, and felt able and willing to fight them if fighting should be necessary. Still, he proceeded in disguise. He kept the British flag flying on his prize and reversed the American on his own vessel, over which he hoisted a British flag to indicate that his had been captured and not the other. The 2 then made easy sail toward the British vessels. On coming up with the first, he ran alongside her comrade, which had just been captured, and surprised her by boarding without firing a gun. On coming up with the first, he ran alongside in her comrade, which had just been captured, and surprised her by boarding without firing a gun. The 3rd blockader, seeing no fight and hearing no firing, suffered herself to be surrounded before she could suppose they were her enemy's vessels. But when their flags were, at a given signal, displayed in form, she found that escape was impossible and resistance useless. She therefore surrendered, and Gillon returned to Charleston in triumph with his prizes. The people dwelling upon a large plantation on the Catawba were startled one morning by the report brought by a country lad that a detachment of British light horse, with a long train of empty baggage wagons, was coming to seize provisions for Cornwallis. The women and children were quickly sent to the neighbors, while the men armed themselves and had hardly time in which to conceal themselves before the redcoats appeared. The British, finding the plantation apparently deserted, at once began to plunder and load their wagons. 12 of the hardy Whigs by this time were assembled, and stationed by twos on the borders of the place, were angrily watching the redcoats and waiting for them to retire. In the doorway of the house, with a hand resting on each side of the casing, stood the leader laughingly watching the men as they plundered the place. Some of them had upset the beehives, and the angry little insects were driving men and horses all about the lane in confusion. The sight seemed to delight the leader, and he was laughing uproariously, as indeed were his followers, whose attention had also been drawn to the antics of their comrades. "Boys, I can't stand this," said one of the watching farmers in a low voice. "I take the captain. Everyone choose his man and look to yourselves." The sharp reports of the rifles rang out. The captain, 9 of his men, and 4 of the horses fell dead or wounded. The bugle immediately sounded a recall, but by the time the dragoons had formed, a straggling fire from another place to which the farmers had run was heard. The swamps, thickets, and woods along the road to Charlotte seemed to the redcoats to be filled with their concealed enemies, and at last their hounds were let loose in pursuit. Followed by the redcoats, the dogs took the trail, but one of the hounds was killed as he tried to seize one of the men, and his companions, stopping to sniff at the body of their dead comrade, howled and refused to go on with the chase. By this time, many of the neighbors had come to the aid of the few patriots. Some more of the dragoons were shot, horses were killed, and a scene of indescribable confusion was on every side. At last the foragers, cutting loose many of the horses of the baggage wagons, made their way back to camp, but the survivors declared there was not a bush on the road that did not conceal a rebel. The family of Martins in Edgefield was remarkably conspicuous in the war. There were 7 brothers in this family, and all took an active part, and all survived save one, who fell at the siege of Augusta. The women of the family were as brave and daring as the men. Understanding that important dispatches were to be sent up the country near them, the wives of William and Bartley Martin dressed themselves in their husbands' clothes, took their muskets, and compelled the courier when he appeared to surrender his letters, which they at once sent on to General Greene, who at the time was retreating from 96. From the many incidents recorded by Garden in his Anecdotes of War, the following selections will serve to illustrate the character of the struggle and the hardihood and bravery of the men and women. In a pocketbook of Sumter was found an accurate list of the houses he had burned, and also a list of those he intended to destroy. Cornwallis, writing at this time to Tarleton, declared, "I shall be glad to hear that Sumter is in no condition to give us further trouble. He certainly has been our greatest plague in this country." In a letter dated August 14, 1780, Baron de Kalb writes to the Chevalier de Luzerne, "You may judge the virtues of our small army from the following fact. We have for several days lived upon nothing but peaches, and I have heard no complaint. There has been no desertion." Strict orders were given the soldiers against pillaging. On one occasion a soldier of the line was found with a turkey gobbler in his possession, and when he was asked as to the manner in which he had obtained it, said, "In gobbling this saucy bird so often called me Tory, 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 that I killed him to prevent further insult." "But," said the inquiring officer, "you have a hen turkey also. She does not gobble. Why was she brought?" "Oh, and please your honor, as an evidence. She heard the insult, and if she had not been smothered by her close confinement, might have told how much I bore before I could persuade myself to do the rascal an injury." The soldier kept the prizes. At the Battle of Utah, when Marion's brigade was deploying in face of the enemy, Captain G., who commanded the front platoon, was shot down and supposed to be mortally wounded. The ball passed through the cock of the handsome hat he had recently procured, tearing the crown very much, and in its progress his head also. He lay for a considerable time insensible. The greater part of the day had passed without a favorable symptom, when suddenly reviving, his first inquiry was after his beaver. When this was brought him by a friend, at the same time lamenting on the condition of his head, the captain exclaimed, "Oh, never think of the head. Time and the doctor will put it to rights. But it grieves me to think that the rascals have ruined my hat forever." When Colonel Lee informed Mrs. Jacob Mott that her beautiful home must be burned in order to compel the British garrison there to surrender, she instantly replied, "The sacrifice of my property is nothing, and I shall view its destruction with delight, if it shall in any way contribute to the good of my country." When the British had seized the place, they had first permitted Mrs. Mott and her family to remain, but when the patriotic band of Lee approached, they told her that she and her people must leave the place. Departing, they had taken with them a quiver filled with arrows, the former present of a slave. When Colonel Lee was seeking for means by which to set the house on fire and compel Major McPherson, the commander of the British, to surrender, Mrs. Mott herself brought forth this quiver. A burning arrow was soon fired upon the roof, which, as it blazed up at the same time when the 6-pounders of Lee spoke, compelled the redcoats to surrender. So little Fort Mott fell into the hands of the patriots. At the Battle of Utah, after the British line had broken and the Old Buffs, a regiment that had boasted of extraordinary feats they were to perform, were running from the field, young Lieutenant Manning, in the enthusiasm of the moment, sprang forward in pursuit, directing the platoon which he commanded to follow him. He did not cast an eye behind him until he found himself near a large brick house into which the York Volunteers commanded by Kruger were retiring. The British were on all sides of him, and not an American soldier nearer than 150 or 200 yards. Lieutenant Manning did not hesitate an instant, but springing at an officer who was near him, seized him by the collar and exclaimed, "You are my prisoner." At the same time he wrestled the officer's sword from his grasp, dragging the man from the house, all the time keeping his prisoner in front of him, and so protecting himself from the heavy fire from the windows as he slowly moved backward to join his fellows. Lieutenant Manning afterward frequently related how that his huge prisoner, at the very moment when his captor naturally expected him to make a break for liberty, with great solemnity had said, "I am Sir Harry Barry, Deputy Adjutant General of the British Army, Captain in the 52nd Regiment, Secretary of the Commandant at Charleston." "Enough, enough, sir," said the lieutenant. "You are just the very man I was looking for. Fear nothing for your life, for you shall screen me from danger, and I will take special care of you." The incident has greater force when it is known that the young lieutenant was a small, slight man who made up by his courage for what he lacked in stature. From Domestic History of the American Revolution and various other reliable sources, the following instances of the zeal and courage of the patriotic women are taken. About 200 men were commanded by Colonel Clark. Hearing that a large body of Tories were seizing horses for Ferguson, determined to rout them. On their way they stopped for refreshment at the house of Captain Dillard, who was with them, and after having been fed on milk and potatoes resumed their march, and at nightfall went into camp at Green Spring. That very evening Ferguson and a party of his men stopped at Dillard's and made inquiries concerning Clark and his band. Upon being informed that they had been gone a long time, they ordered Mrs. Dillard to prepare supper for them. As she passed back and forth from the kitchen, she heard enough of their conversation to make it clear that they knew where Clark's men were, and were planning to surprise them. She hastened in her preparations for the supper, and as soon as the officers had seated themselves at the table, she slipped out of the house, went to the stable, bridled a young horse, and started swiftly for Green Spring. All night long she rode, and about half an hour before daylight, approached the spot and was seen by the vedettes, who conducted her at once to Colonel Clark, and her story was told. Her word came just in time, for hardly were the patriots under arms before the Tories were upon them. But the salute of the guns was more than a surprise, for in a brief time the attacking party had been driven off and scattered. The Liberty men were bold, but the women were no less bold. Emily Geiger was a young girl who also made a desperate and successful ride for the cause she loved. When Greene was retreating from 96, he was very desirous of getting word to Sumter, but the intervening region was filled with Tories, and it was almost impossible to find a man to undertake the perilous ride. Emily, however, volunteered, and Greene accepted her offer, and after receiving from him a letter, and also verbal instructions from Sumter, the young girl rode forth from the camp. On the first day she was not molested, but on the second she was seized and a woman was ordered to search her. Before the Tory matron came, Emily tore the letter into bits and swallowed them. As nothing suspicious was found upon her person, she was permitted to resume her journey, and after a long and circuitous ride, she arrived at Sumter's camp and delivered her message by word of mouth. And Sumter soon afterward joined Greene's forces at Orangeburg. It is a satisfaction to know that Emily Geiger afterward married a rich planter and dwelt for many years on the shore of the Congaree. Nancy Hart was another bold woman. She was known as the War Woman, who dwelt near War Woman's Creek. Large, red-haired, cross-eyed, she apparently was in no fear of the Tories, whom she hated with a perfect hatred. Her husband and a few of his neighbors were hiding in the swamp near the house, and a conch shell was used to give the signal in case of danger or of the need of the men at the house. One day, a party of 5 Tories rode up to Nancy's home, and after making inquiries concerning a young rebel, whom the War Woman boldly declared she had helped escape, they dismounted, and after killing the one turkey left on the place, ordered her to cook it for them. Demurring at first, she afterward consented, and she and her little daughter waited upon the visitors, who seated themselves at the table. While they were busy at their feast, Nancy bade her little girl to go down to the spring and give the signal with the conch shell that the presence of her husband and his neighbors was required at the house. Meanwhile, as she waited upon her guests, she contrived to pull out some of the pine chinking between the logs of which the house was built, and through the opening thus succeeded in dropping 3 of the guns which the Tories had leaned against the wall, while they themselves were busy with the turkey and the jug which Nancy had brought up from the cellar at their command. As the bold woman took the 4th gun and tried to drop it also out between the logs, her actions were seen and the angry Tories started from their seats. Quickly bringing the gun to her shoulder, Nancy ordered them not to advance a step nearer, and, as has been said, the War Woman being not only large and strong, but also cross-eyed as well, every man held back, as he was positive she was aiming directly at him. Even the strong nerves of Nancy Hart could not have endured the strain long, but relief came when suddenly the sound of guns was heard, the room was filled with smoke, and 3 of the Tories fell dead as Hart and his neighbors dashed into the place. The remaining 2 Tories were taken out into the yard and hanged from the branch of a tall tree. What terrible times they were. The hand of neighbor was raised against his neighbor, and with the passing days the hatred became more and more intense. No man, no house was safe. But through it all, the women tilled the fields, cared for the wounded, ofttimes defended themselves against the Tories and redcoats, not that they were always successful, boldly made their way to the British pens in which husband, son, or brother was confined, carried word to the scattered bands of Sumter or Marion of the doings of the enemy, and in every way kept up the courage of those who were striving to protect themselves from the invading foes. The history of the war in the South is almost like some romance, but the terrible suffering and peril of the times doubtless did not seem to be very romantic to the desperate and struggling people. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Beginning of the End. It becomes necessary now for us to turn and follow some of the movements of the traitor Benedict Arnold, to whose ravages in Virginia reference has already been made. Before Arnold and his legion had set sail from New York, he had been making his quarters in that city in Lower Broadway, next to the house occupied by Sir Henry Clinton. Well aware that the British had no respect for him after his desertion, for no matter how much they might hate their enemies, they nevertheless had a strong feeling of honest admiration for many of the rebel leaders, a feeling they could not have for one who had been a traitor, though his treachery had caused him to join their own ranks. Arnold knew how he was also despised by his former comrades. And his feeling was well grounded, for even Washington himself, as well as many others, was trying to think of some plan by which the traitor might be secured and a punishment visited upon him that would serve as a terrible warning to others who, it was commonly reported, were also preparing to follow the desertion of Arnold. While the army was at Tappan, 1780, A plan among the many presented and tried for securing possession of the traitor was suggested to and approved by Washington himself. The general sent for Major Lee, in whom he had unbounded confidence. And after talking over the matter, it was decided that Lee should select some trusty man from his own legion, who, to all appearances, should desert and join the redcoats in New York. With letters to two friends of Washington, he was to keep in communication with the Americans and to form some plan by which Arnold was to be secured and sent to his former friends. But under no considerations was Arnold himself to be killed. Lee selected Sergeant Major Champe for the difficult and delicate task, and that young officer, in spite of his patriotism, at first naturally rebelled against the apparent desertion, but at last he yielded to the united persuasions of his leader and of Washington, and at 11 o'clock, on the night of October 20th, 1780, with 3 guineas in his pocket, the gift of Lee, and a few personal belongings, secretly started on horseback from the camp. He had been gone but a few minutes before his desertion was discovered, and in spite of Lee's efforts to delay his angry soldiers, the pursuit was so sharply followed that Champe just barely contrived to escape, and was received on board of one of the British galleys. The captain, after listening to his story, gave him a letter to Sir Henry Clinton, by whom he was cordially welcomed, and soon after was assigned to the American Legion Arnold was then raising among Tories and deserters, the very thing Champe desired most of all. He carefully laid and carried out his plans, and his arrangements were completed for secretly seizing Arnold and bearing him to Hoboken, where Lee and a small party were to be in readiness to receive them. Lee's party was ready at the appointed place and time, but though they waited long, neither Champe nor Arnold appeared. The cause of the failure, not understood until long afterward, was due to a sudden change Arnold made in his quarters so that he might better look after his troops, which even then were embarking for the expedition which the traitor was to lead in Virginia. So it came to pass that not only was Arnold not captured, but Champe himself had to sail with him and be one of the army which was to lay waste to his own land. When Champe at last succeeded in escaping, as he did before many weeks had passed, his return to his friends, when they understood what he had been trying to do, was hailed with delight, and the young soldier was covered with honors. But as it was well known that if he should be made a prisoner by the British, he would be hanged without mercy, he was discharged from the service, though not before his great commander had richly rewarded him for his daring. Arnold, meanwhile, had landed in Virginia with 1,600 men, and soon marched upon Richmond, where he destroyed much salt, tobacco, and other valuable stores. From Richmond he went to Portsmouth, and making that town his headquarters, began to send forth small detachments in every direction, which destroyed so much public and private property, and committed so many outrages, that Washington ordered Lafayette, with the 1,200 men with whom the Marquis was marching to join the Southern Army, to stop in Virginia and try to check Arnold's evil deeds. There was renewed hope now that the traitor might be secured, and Washington wrote Rochambeau and Destouches at Newport, urging them to send the entire French fleet and 1,000 men to help Lafayette. But Destouches sent only 1 ship and 2 frigates, and when they arrived off the Virginia shore, they found Arnold so strong that they straightway sailed back to Newport, though they did manage to capture a 50-gun ship, the Romulus, on their way. Washington, however, was not ready to give up his hope of taking Arnold, and on March 6th, he, with other officers, held a conference with Rochambeau and others at Newport, the result of which was that it was decided to have the entire French fleet convey 1,100 of Rochambeau's men to Virginia. But the French admiral delayed, and when at last he arrived off Cape Henry, March 16th, he found the British Admiral Arbuthnot there, ready to give him battle. For an hour the French fought and then withdrew, and on the following day started back for Newport. A few days afterward, General Phillips, with 2,000 redcoats, came from New York and joined Arnold, and both marched to Petersburg, after causing untold suffering in the region, where Baron Steuben with his little force could not resist them. On May 20th, Cornwallis arrived at Petersburg, and as General Phillips had died of a fever, he took command of the entire body of troops, which had also been increasing by the coming of 1,500 more men from New York. Lafayette was to oppose this great force, but the little body of troops was composed mostly of New Englanders, who did not like the warm weather nor the country in which they now found themselves, and began to desert in such numbers that the poor young commander, Cornwallis always spoke of him as the boy, was almost in despair. Finally, he made an appeal to their patriotism by telling them of the full danger of what he was trying to do, and at the same time urging them to stay and fight with him. He also raised some money on his own credit in Baltimore and purchased some clothing, of which the soldiers were in dire need, with the result that only a few more men deserted from the ranks. Cornwallis soon afterward crossed the Pamunkey River, and dividing his forces, sent the hated Tarleton with one division to capture the Assembly, which at the time was in session in Charlottesville. Tarleton, whatever his failings may have been, was a man of energy, and he almost succeeded in the project, for he captured 7 of the members of the Assembly and destroyed all the stores the Americans had been collecting at that town. The other force of redcoats also did great damage, but did not succeed in getting possession of the stores at Point of Fork, for the Patriots, rallying, succeeded in saving a part of them. Word had now come to Lafayette that Mad Anthony Wayne, with 800 men of the Pennsylvania line, was on his way to join him, and if ever a man rejoiced, it was the Marquis when he heard of the coming of this ally. The boy had moved his stores from Richmond to Albemarle Old Courthouse, and as the redcoats were of course not ignorant of what the Americans were doing, Cornwallis moved up and took a position between Lafayette and his stores. The boy followed after the redcoats, and was close to them when the place where the stores were kept was only a few miles distant. Cornwallis was now greatly elated, for he held one of the 2 roads leading to the place, and did not believe Lafayette would dare to take the other, as it would lead him into trouble. But while the British general was chuckling over his cleverness, suddenly the boy made his way by night through a road the British had considered impassable, and so the redcoats, giving up all thought of trying to get the stores, marched back to Richmond. Meanwhile, Baron Steuben's men and some of the patriot farmers of the region had joined Lafayette, and soon the little American army numbered 4,000. Cornwallis, thinking the number of his enemies to be greater than it really was not ready for a fight, and he was still further bothered by a demand which had come from Clinton in New York for him to send a part of his troops back to that city. For he, Clinton, had just discovered that the Americans were planning a combined attack upon that town. Clinton had learned this, as he had many other things, by letters written by Washington and sent by messengers whom the American commander took pains to have fall into the hands of the redcoats. In this manner, he kept Clinton in a constant state of alarm, not daring to move from the city for fear that the moment he departed, the old fox would be ready to steal a march upon him or attack the town when it was defenseless. At this time, however, there is no doubt that Washington was seriously thinking of making a movement of some kind against the redcoats in New York. On the 4th of July, Cornwallis with his troops marched from Williamsburg to a ford in the James River. They used to call it James's River, and a part of his force was led across to the opposite shore. In the 3 days that followed, the most of the baggage and supplies were carried across, and Lafayette, who now was only 9 miles away, naturally supposing that the bulk of the British army was on the opposite shore, and only a small rear guard had been left behind, at once made preparations to attack it. This was the very thing that Cornwallis had believed the young Frenchman would do, and he had in reality left and arranged the main body of his troops to receive this very attack, and the little American army very nearly fell into the cleverly contrived trap. The British outposts fell back before the attack, which was led by Mad Anthony Wayne, just as they had been told to do, and the first thing Wayne knew he was facing the main body of the British, who, previously concealed by woods, were now advancing to meet him. Wayne did not believe he could retreat safely, and so, perhaps remembering what sheer boldness had won him at Stoney Point, he now with his 800 men fiercely charged upon the approaching enemy. For a while, the hottest kind of a fight took place, but Lafayette, having arrived by this time, and having discovered the true state of affairs, succeeded in helping Mad Anthony and his men withdraw with the other troops behind a deep swamp. It would have fared badly with the bold Americans if Cornwallis had followed up the advantage he thus gained, but he was fearful that his enemy was trying to lead him into the same kind of trap he himself had been preparing for them, and so he took his entire army in the night across the river, and soon afterward marched to Portsmouth. There he had the troops which he had been ordered to send to Clinton in New York embark, but just before they were ready to set sail he received another message from Clinton, instructing him to hold all his men and to select some safe post where he could act with the fleet, which was soon to be sent to his aid. Clinton also explained that now he was afraid of neither Washington nor Rochambeau. At first Cornwallis thought of taking his army to Old Point Comfort, but finally decided upon Yorktown, on the York River, and accordingly marched to that place where, as soon as the army arrived, it began to fortify the camp. Cornwallis had received word that the British fleet in the West Indies was coming to his aid, and so all he planned to do was to keep off the little American army that was near and wait for the coming of his allies. As soon as these should come, he would be in a condition to make Virginia suffer as South Carolina already had suffered, and confident of that outcome, the British general fondly believed that all he had to do was to exercise patience, and the entire South would soon be at his feet. It must have been a shock when the French Count de Grasse with a fleet of 28 sail suddenly appeared in the Chesapeake August 30th, and word was soon received that the combined armies of the Americans and French were advancing from the north. The rumor soon gave place to a definite report, and the report soon became a fact, from which the overconfident and startled Cornwallis could find no escape. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Washington's March and Arnold's Raid. It is necessary, in order to understand the events which now swiftly followed, to turn to the north and follow the plans and movements of Washington. Doubtless no one had chafed more over the policy of long delay which he had been following than did Washington himself. But if one cannot act wisely, it is better not to act at all. But there was a method in all of the great commander's work, and as we know, he had long since decided that his one and only hope lay in tiring out the British rather than in conquering them in open battle, unless some rare opportunity should present itself. At Trenton and Princeton he had, indeed, been wonderfully successful, but the opportunity presented there had not been repeated, and his troops practically had been defeated in every other battle into which he had led them. But no Whig who chafed over the enforced idleness of the army could have regretted the delay more than did Washington, who, whatever else he was certainly a man that loved action, and what he suffered under the complainings of the people none can ever know. In the spring of 1781, however, he began to think that some decisive action might be had in the immediate future, and at Wethersfield, Connecticut, he had had a personal interview with Rochambeau, in which it was decided to make an attack upon New York, which, if it should do nothing more, might at least induce Clinton to send for a part of the army that was then with Cornwallis, and so make the contest then going on in South Carolina and the surrounding region a little more easy for the sadly beset Greene and others. The French and the English were having a struggle at this time, as we have already learned, and there had been much fighting going on among the West Indies. The plan now was for de Grasse, who was in command of the French fleet in the West Indies, to come to the aid of the combined armies in America. About the middle of August, word came from de Grasse that he would bring his fleet as far north as the Chesapeake, but the armies, if they wanted to work with him, must come to him rather than expect him to come to them, for he must return to the West Indies very soon. Washington had now also received word from Virginia that Cornwallis had practically bottled himself up at Yorktown, and the great commander suddenly decided to take his combined army to that very place and fight Cornwallis before aid could come to that general. The French troops were now with Washington, and if only Clinton with his troops could be kept in New York, and the Americans could make their way to Virginia before aid could be brought to Cornwallis, there was every prospect that no one would longer have an opportunity to declare that the army was doing anything but waiting. How to hold Clinton's army in New York was the first problem to be solved. This had to be accomplished by stealth, and several methods were employed, among them being the old and common trick of having intercepted letters reach Sir Henry. One of the bearers of these letters was a young Baptist preacher named Montani, who was a faithful soldier in Washington's army on the Hudson. After having made careful inquiries as to the man, Washington summoned the young preacher into his presence and told him he desired him to have some dispatches sewed inside the lining of his coat, and bade him go through the Ramapo Pass to carry them to Morristown. This Ramapo Pass was a long, narrow defile among the Jersey hills, having a broad, swift-running brook on the one side and steep cliffs on the other side of the roadway that led through it. At this time it was considered a very dangerous spot, as the cowboys made it a place where they carried out many of their evil deeds. Young Montani was aware of this, and though he readily accepted the duty to which Washington called him, he nevertheless ventured to suggest that he was familiar with the entire region and could easily go to Morristown across the country and so avoid the peril of capture at the Ramapo Pass. In pretended anger, Washington stamped his foot and declared that the duty of a young man was to obey, not to suggest plans to his superiors. So there was nothing else to be done. A gang of cowboys did seize the preacher when he entered the defile, just as he had feared and as Washington had hoped, and he was carried to New York and shut up in the old sugar house prison. Of course, the concealed letters, meanwhile, had been found and taken to Sir Henry Clinton. Mr. Montani, when he had found himself a prisoner in the foul sugar house, naturally was indignant at Washington. But a day or two afterward, when he was shown a copy of Rivington's Gazette, in which a long account of his capture was given, and it was also declared that from the letters taken on his person, Sir Henry had learned of the plan of Washington and Rochambeau to attack New York at once, and that the British general was doing all in his power to prepare his men and the city to withstand the proposed attack. Then he saw it in all its true light, and probably admired his commander as much as just before he had murmured at him. The American army now moved swiftly. By various routes, different parts advanced to Trenton, the French soldiers marching by way of Newark, Elizabethtown, and Perth Amboy. At the last named place, they built ovens and pretended to make plans to attack Staten Island and New York, all of which so completely deceived the British that the first inkling they had of what Washington was planning to do came when the Allied armies were already across the Delaware and marching rapidly towards Elk or Elkton. It was only then that the American soldiers themselves understood what was going on, for the utmost secrecy had been maintained from the start, but the elation of the most of the men was great when the truth became known. The people, too, of the country through which they were advancing, now aware of the project, shared in the enthusiasm and cheered the soldiers and leaders and shouted, "Long live Washington," as the long line of hardy and determined men passed their homes. The consternation of Sir Henry Clinton, when at last he became aware of what the old fox Washington was doing, was great. He was too far away to be pursued, and the British fleet from the West Indies had not yet come, so he could not go to the aid of Cornwallis by sea. When the American army arrived at the head of Elk, Washington, together with Knox, Rochambeau, and a few others, hastened to Virginia, arriving at Williamsburg on the 14th of September, and immediately began to form their plans with an anxiety words cannot picture. So many things were likely to happen to spoil it all. On the 25th of September, the soldiers, brought by boats from the head of Elk, arrived, and the most serious part of the work began. Though Sir Henry Clinton had not been able to do anything to aid Cornwallis directly, he did try to aid him indirectly. If something could be done to cause Washington to turn back or to feel that his presence was absolutely necessary in the North, it might result in being of as great a help to his perplexed comrade in arms as if he himself had come to Yorktown with large reinforcements. The plan he adopted was a cruel one, and probably did as much to increase the bitterness of the Americans as any one event of the entire war. Benedict Arnold had come north after Cornwallis arrived in Virginia, and Clinton's plan now was to send him with a force against New London, Connecticut, the very region in which the traitor's boyhood had been passed. For he had been born in Norwich, January 3rd, 1740, and there had learned to be an apothecary. So bright and able was he, that the men under whom he trained gave him the money, $2,000, with which to begin business for himself. In 1763, however, he went to New Haven and carried on the business of apothecary and bookseller in that place. In his boyhood, he was known as one who never took a dare, was athletic and very bright, but he was as cruel as he was quick-witted. After his treachery, there was no part of the country where harsher words were spoken of him than the region where he had been known many years before, and the resentment in Arnold's heart made the expedition upon which Sir Henry Clinton sent him one into which he could enter with all his might, mind, and strength. It was the morning of September 6, 1781, when the startled people of New London beheld the fleet of 24 sail of the enemy bearing down the harbor. In 2 divisions the invaders landed, Colonel Eyre having command of the force on the Groton side, and Benedict Arnold himself being the leader of the force on the New London side. In each division there were about 800 men, Tories or Hessians for the most part, and from their own experiences and feelings, the most ready of all to do cruel and evil deeds. The few militia at New London at first tried to make a stand against their foes, but soon aware that they could do nothing, they speedily abandoned Fort Trumbull on the New London side of the Thames, and crossed over to the Groton side to assist Colonel Ledyard in trying to hold Fort Griswold, which was on that side of the river. Arnold was therefore left free to vent his ill will on his old-time friends. Houses, stores, the vessels at the wharves, the entire town were soon in flames, and it is said that Arnold watched it rejoicing. The people were not permitted to save even their furniture, and the redcoats plundered and pillaged on every side. Altogether it is said that 31 stores, 65 houses, 18 shops, the courthouse, jail, churches, and many other buildings were destroyed. But alarm guns and the words of couriers were summoning the angry people of the region, and soon these became so numerous that Arnold deemed it wise to return to the boats, though a number of his followers were shot on the way. Arnold had ordered Colonel Eyre to seize Fort Griswold so that any vessels trying to go up the river, 15 did succeed in escaping, might be seized or destroyed. When Eyre demanded the surrender of the fort, Colonel Ledyard refused, and then followed one of the most desperate struggles of the entire war. With guns, spears, and clubs, the little garrison kept off the attacking force of 800. The British colonel fell, and the major, as he tried to enter the fort, was pierced by a spear. It is said a Negro did the deed. 2 officers and 46 privates of the British had been killed, and 8 officers and 139 men wounded, when at last Colonel Ledyard decided that the only hope for his brave little garrison was in surrendering. "Who commands this garrison?" shouted Major Bromfield, a Tory from New Jersey, as he led the redcoats into the fort. "I did, sir, but you do now," replied Colonel Ledyard, as he held forth his sword. The enraged Tory snatched the sword and ran it through the body of the brave man who had just surrendered. His example was instantly followed by his men, and before the massacre had been completed, 70 of the brave Americans had been killed and 35 terribly wounded. And all this was after they had surrendered. Not satisfied with even the murders they had committed, the vile Tories and Hessians took some of the wounded prisoners, and placing them in a cart at the brow of the hill, gave the cart a push and sent it heading down the steep side toward the river. Above the noise of the conflagration, for the little place was set on fire, rose the cries of the suffering men. Not even a drink of water was given them. Such brutality, such inhuman cruelty, was not exceeded elsewhere, and it was all due to the intense hatred which the Tories had come to have for their former friends and comrades. In the night, the traitor commander, with his force and 40 prisoners, sailed back to New York, but his cruel raid had not served to stop Washington, or to cause the great commander to turn aside from the one purpose upon which he had now started, and in which he was so terribly in earnest, the cutting off and capture or defeat of the British regulars with Lord Cornwallis at Yorktown in Virginia. Not even the threats Clinton made to invade New Jersey with his army or to go up the Hudson against West Point had any effect now, though if the British general had acted as he had threatened to do, doubtless he would have inflicted great damage upon the American cause. But he, too, had his troubles. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Surrender of Cornwallis. Before Washington arrived in Virginia, a part of the French fleet had blockaded the York River, and the remainder of it was anchored at Lynnhaven Bay, after 3,200 French soldiers had been landed to join the force of Lafayette. Count de Grasse had been eager to attack the British and had urged Lafayette to join him in making one, but the prudent boy wisely declined to act until Washington himself should arrive and decide what was best to be done. At sunrise on September 5th, the presence of a large fleet off Cape Charles was discovered, and the French admiral had at first supposed it to be the vessels of his friend de Barras, who was expected to arrive at almost any moment from Newport. When he was convinced that the ships were those of the British Admiral Graves, he sailed forth to meet them. Though some slight engagements followed, no real battle took place during the 5 days in which the opposing naval forces watched each other. Word soon came that de Barras had arrived with his fleet. Some have conjectured that de Grasse was merely waiting for his coming and was holding his enemy in a position where he could do no damage, and de Grasse sailed back to his former position. There was now no hope of escape for Cornwallis by sea, unless the British fleet came to his relief, and on land a line of troops cut off a retreat in that direction. 3 days after the arrival of Washington, he, with General Knox, Rochambeau, and others, paid a visit to de Grasse aboard the Ville de Paris, the flagship of the French fleet. The admiral having had word that the fleet of the British Admiral Graves had been strengthened by the addition of the vessels under the command of Admiral Digby, de Grasse was for going to sea at once and meeting his foes. Such a departure would mean that Cornwallis would no longer be blockaded and might escape by sea, and the heart of the great commander must have been heavy as he thought of the possibility of all his plans and labors being blasted by this mistake. However, the Frenchman was at last persuaded to remain, and as soon as the army from the head of Elk arrived, as it did September 25th, plans were at once made for an attack on the entrenchments of Cornwallis. Opposite Yorktown was Gloucester Point, where Cornwallis had stationed Colonel Tarleton with about 700 men. The French General de Choisy, with some of the Virginia militia, was to hold this detachment where it was, while the main body moved forward upon the post held by Cornwallis. On October 6th, the Americans had moved up within 600 yards of the English lines, and in the nighttime, working silently and with desperate haste, their first parallel was begun, and when daylight appeared, they had erected earthworks that were strong enough to protect them. On October 9th and 10th, the batteries of the Americans and French were firing, and so terrible was the effect that one of the British gunboats and 3 of the transports were burned, and many a redcoat lost his life. Under the cover of darkness and the protection of the firing, the busy Americans had dug the trenches and thrown up the embankments which formed the second parallel, and were now within 300 yards of Cornwallis's works. The British, however, were still true Britons, and had not been idle, for they had advanced their redoubts in front of their works, and the toiling Americans were greatly harassed by the fire that came from them. To put an end to this trouble, it was determined that these positions should be taken, and on the evening of October 14th, Lafayette led an American detachment toward the left of these redoubts, while Baron de Viomenil led a similar detachment of French soldiers against the one on the right. Captain Aaron Ogden of New Jersey led the van of the division commanded by Lafayette. Not a gun had been loaded, but with fixed bayonets the men leaped over the abatis, climbed the palisades, and within 2 minutes, so desperate was their charge, the redoubt was taken, and all the British there were prisoners. Viomenil and his followers also succeeded in taking the other redoubt, though the Baron lost almost 100 men in the assault, whereas Lafayette had lost but a few. Batteries were now placed in the captured positions, and the guns turned upon the British. The plight of Cornwallis was becoming desperate, but he was not yet ready to give up. About 4 o'clock on the morning of October 16th, he sent a detachment under Colonel Abercrombie to assault 2 of the batteries that were guarded by French troops. The assault was made with the fury of desperation, and at first was successful, for the French soldiers were driven back, but the fire from the trenches upon the redcoats became so furious that they in turn were driven back to their comrades, and the attempt to cut their way through their enemies had failed. Still, Cornwallis was not ready to give up. His next plan was to leave the sick and wounded in the camp and cross by boats to Gloucester Point. 100 cannon were by this time pounding at his position. No fleet had come to his aid, and his situation was desperate indeed. A few boatloads of his soldiers had already crossed to Gloucester Point, but a sudden and severe storm arose, the boats were scattered, and the second attempt to escape had failed. On the following day still more guns were in action, and Cornwallis was almost in despair. At 10 o'clock that morning, October 17, he sent word to Washington, begging for hostilities to cease for 24 hours. Washington replied that he too was eager to spare further effusion of blood, but he refused to stop the action for more than 2 hours. He had no thought in that terribly anxious hour of permitting Clinton to come to the aid of the desperate force he was attacking, and he was fearful at any moment of learning that such aid had come. Cornwallis then submitted his propositions, and Washington made a rough draft of the things he should require, and the suggestions of the 2 commanders were enough alike to lead Washington to decide to suspend hostilities through the day and night. Colonel Laurens and Viscount de Noailles were to be commissioners for the Americans, and Colonel Dundas and Major Ross were to serve in a similar capacity for the British. These commissioners met in the house of Mrs. Moore, which was near the right of the American lines, on the morning of October 18th, but they were not able to agree fully as to terms. Again Washington, fearful that the British were fighting for time, was compelled to be decisive, and on the early morning of October 19th, 1781, he sent a written draft of the rough outline of the terms he required, and also a letter in which he declared that he expected the terms would be signed by Cornwallis before 11 o'clock that morning. The articles were signed, the British troops marched out of the town, and General Lincoln received the surrender, which had been granted on the very same terms he himself had received from Cornwallis at Charleston. The American army was drawn up on the right side of the road over which the surrendered British were to come, and the French were on the left, the 2 lines extending for more than a mile. At the head of the American line was Washington, mounted on a white horse, and Rochambeau, on a bay horse, was at the head of the French. A great crowd of country people had also come to see the proud Cornwallis surrender to his enemy, but the conquered general was too ill to appear, and so sent General O'Hara in his stead. That officer was directed to give the sword of Cornwallis to General Lincoln, who after receiving the sword gave it back to the general who had surrendered it. 28 British captains now advanced, each bearing a flag in a case, and the same number of American sergeants advanced to receive the colors. When the order was given for the British captains to give up the flags, they hesitated. Colonel Hamilton, who was the officer of the day, at once rode forward to inquire into the meaning of the delay, and was informed that they did not like to give up their colors to non-commissioned officers. Hamilton politely ordered young Ensign Wilson of Clinton's brigade, he was but 18 years of age, to receive the colors, and then hand them to the waiting sergeants, which was done. All the redcoats then grounded their arms and laid aside their accoutrements, and they were marched back to their lines. The New Jersey Gazette, in its issue of November 7, 1781, in a description of the surrender, has also the following, quote, "The British officers in general behaved like boys who had been whipped at school, and some bit their lips, some pouted, others cried. Their round, broad-brimmed hats were well adapted to the occasion, hiding those faces they were ashamed to show." The foreign regiments made a much more military appearance, and the conduct of their officers was far more becoming men of fortitude. The seamen and the shipping were assigned to the French, but the 7,000 soldiers became the prisoners of the victorious Americans. Of the British, 552 had been killed or wounded in the siege of 13 days, and about 300 of the Americans and French had fallen. The artillery of Cornwallis, his arms, ammunition, and stores formed a rich prize for the conquerors, but the glory and the moral effect of the victory were far greater. Once more the large-mindedness of Washington appeared, for he permitted Cornwallis to send the Bonetta to New York to Clinton with the message of the surrender, and on board of her went many Tories who had been with the British at Yorktown, and were fearful of falling into the hands of the Americans, The prisoners were led to Winchester, Virginia, and Fredericktown, Maryland, and some of them afterward sent to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Cornwallis himself and some of his principal officers were paroled and sent to New York. The surrender had been made at just the opportune time for the Americans, for on the very day when Cornwallis surrendered, Clinton had set sail with 7,000 of his best troops to come to the aid of his friend. 5 days afterward, when the fleet arrived off the Virginia Capes, word was received of the fate of the army of Cornwallis, and though the British delayed for a few days, it was apparent that they had come too late to accomplish anything. Accordingly, on the 29th of October, Sir Henry Clinton and Admiral Graves sailed away for New York, sadder and doubtless somewhat wiser men than they previously had been. The surrender of Cornwallis produced the greatest joy in the American camp. Special praise was bestowed upon Lincoln, Knox, Lafayette, Duportail, and Steuben of the American army, and upon Rochambeau and others of the French army. If any soldiers were under arrest, they were ordered to be set free, and a time of general thanksgiving was held. Washington sent his aide, Colonel Tillman, post-haste to Philadelphia with the news, and at midnight, 4 days after the surrender, so excellent was the time the officer made, he rode into that city. The excited messenger rapped so loudly on the door of the house in which Thomas McKean, then president of the Continental Congress, resided, that the night watchman almost decided to arrest him. Cornwallis taken, however, became too strong a message to be set aside, and soon every watchman in the city was calling out the joyful tidings as he proclaimed the hour of the night. Congress assembled at an early hour, and when the letter of Washington was read, the staid statesmen huzzaed and acted generally like a band of boys just out of school. However, they voted their thanks to Washington, Rochambeau, de Grasse, and others, presented each of these 2 Frenchmen with 2 of the captured cannon, gave 2 of the stands of colors to Washington in the name of the United States, and did various other deeds, notable among which was the gift to Colonel Tillman, who had brought the message, of a sword and a fine horse. December 13th was appointed as a day of thanksgiving and rejoicing, and the pulpits, societies, and the people of the little nation rejoiced as perhaps never they had done before. The French afterward calmly claimed the victory as one which they had won. Fairness compels us gladly to admit that their aid was great, but the plan and victory belonged to Washington and the patriots who had fought with him. Soon after Cornwallis surrendered, Washington tried to induce de Grasse to go to South Carolina to the aid of General Greene, but the French admiral declined to do so, and was not willing even to go to help the little force which Colonel Craig then had at Wilmington, North Carolina. So strongly did Washington feel about the matter that he not only wrote a letter to de Grasse, but also paid him a long visit in the Ville de Paris, the flagship of the French fleet. But the admiral was obstinate and would not even carry the troops to the aid of Greene. We must remember, however, that the French were in America not so much to aid the Americans as to hurt Great Britain, and de Grasse had his own plans and orders as to how this was best to be done. And believing as he did that his chief work lay in the region of the West Indies, he is not to be blamed for going there, especially as he was afterwards soundly whipped there by the English fleet. The most that can be said is that though the French had aided the Americans at Yorktown, they did not deserve all the credit they took to themselves for their victory which was won. Count de Grasse did, however, consent to cover the transporting of the soldiers from the country east of Pennsylvania to Head of Elk, and then quickly set sail for the West Indies. The French troops under Rochambeau, however, remained in Virginia, and that sterling leader was most gratefully remembered by all who knew him. In the following summer, 1782, his men joined the Continental Army on the Hudson, and in the autumn proceeded to New England, and embarking early in December at Boston, sailed away for sunny France. General Washington himself, as soon as he had arranged all his plans at Yorktown, made haste to go to Eltham, where Mr. Custis, the son of Mrs. Washington, lay dying. The general arrived before the death of the young man, and remaining a few days after his decease, then made his way back to his army. It is interesting to know that he himself adopted 2 of the 4 young children who survived their father, Mr. Custis. Washington's ride through the country was everywhere made the occasion of great rejoicing, and at Philadelphia, where he remained a few days, all classes united to do him honor. When he went to the State House, where Congress was in session, a congratulatory address was made by the president of that body, and doubtless the heart of the great soldier was then amply repaid for the many misunderstandings and the long period through which he had patiently waited for the end to come. General St. Clair, with a body of troops, was sent to aid Greene, and marching by the way of Wilmington, North Carolina, he drove the enemy from that place, and soon, as far as an open enemy was concerned, both Virginia and North Carolina were free. Mad Anthony Wayne, with a body of troops, went to Georgia, where he had several engagements with the Redcoats and the Tories and Indians. But the hearts of the Americans were bold now, while those of their foes were cast down, and at last the British evacuated Savannah in July 1782, and when Wayne took possession of that town, the war in Georgia was ended. In South Carolina there were some skirmishes and minor engagements, which were then fought with exceeding bitterness, though the numbers engaged were comparatively few. Charleston was evacuated by the British December 14, 1782, and when Wayne with his 5,000 troops entered the town, South Carolina, too, was rid of her open enemies, though the Tories were still as bitter as ever. The last engagement of the war was an attack on the British stationed on John's Island, near Charleston, and though the Americans were driven back and their leader, Captain Wilmot, was killed, the result did not affect the outcome of the war. This was in September 1782, and by many, as has been stated, the action has been looked upon as the last engagement of the Revolution, and Captain Wilmot as the last patriot to give up his life for his country in battle. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. The Struggle on the Sea. In this account of the contest waged by our fathers, not much has been made of the war on the ocean. This does not mean that no fighting occurred on the sea, but is rather due to the fact that the Americans, having been colonists up to the time of the beginning of the war, had no navy of their own, and for protection had been accustomed to depend upon the war vessels of the mother country, which then, as she is now, was very strong in her fleets. This weakness was recognized early in the war, however, and late in the year 1775, Congress had given orders for a fleet of 14 vessels to be built as a navy, and in December of that year, Ezekiel Hopkins of Rhode Island was appointed commander-in-chief of the fleet. He was sometimes called admiral and sometimes commodore, but his title did not seem to amount to very much anyway, for less than half the vessels destined to form the fleet ever succeeded in putting out to sea. Indeed, the new admiral had a hard time of it, for when, in April 1776, he, with 3 small brigs and 2 sloops, attacked the British sloop of war Glasgow, he was defeated in the struggle. His failure so angered his countrymen that a vote of censure was passed upon him by Congress in October of that same year, and he was soon afterward dismissed from the service. And after that time, the country had neither admiral nor commodore. One of the captains under Hopkins, however, after fighting the British tender Edward for an hour off the coast of Virginia, succeeded in taking her, and so was the first to capture a vessel of the enemy in the Revolution. His name was John Barry, and after a brave and useful service throughout the war, he became the commander-in-chief of the Navy. That is, as far as the Navy could be said to have a commander. With their privateers, however, that is, vessels owned by private persons, but commissioned by the Continental Congress or Congress of one of the states to capture British vessels, great work was done. The idea of a navy was not entirely abandoned, but Congress had so little money and the British vessels off the American coast were so strong that it was almost impossible to do much, and the few vessels that were built were either taken by the strong and fleet ships of the British Navy or were burned in the Hudson or Delaware River to prevent their seizure by the enemy. After Benjamin Franklin in 1778 had succeeded in making an alliance with France, he was given a large number of blank commissions which he was to fill out as he deemed wise, and he was quick to use the permission, for he purchased many vessels in France which went forth as privateers, manned by crews in which the Americans frequently were outnumbered by the motley collection of men that made up their rolls. Just how many prizes were taken by the Americans will never be known. The number, however, has been stated as 700, while those taken by the British exceeded that number by 200 or more, which certainly is not a poor showing for a weak and poverty-stricken country engaged in a war with a nation that was the most powerful on earth in its fleets. Even before Franklin had made the alliance with France, however, some work had to be done, for 2 of the best of the privateers, the Reprisal and the Revenge, in 1777 had been cruising among the British Isles, and so great was the damage they did that the English merchantmen were almost afraid to set forth from their ports or to try to go to sea. It is not pleasant to relate that after this successful work, Lambert Wickes, the captain of the Reprisal, with his gallant ship and all his crew, was lost off the Newfoundland coast in a storm. Of the work and the romance of Gustavus Conyngham in The Revenge and The Surprise, we have already learned. The part which the devoted wife of the arch-rebel, as the British called him, took in saving the life of her husband is not the least interesting of the events in the career of the daring young sailor. John Paul Jones, however, was probably the ablest, as he was certainly the most daring, which is saying much for him, of all the American sailors engaged in the War of the Revolution. Though he was a Scotchman by birth, he had been so many times to America and had come to feel so much at home there that 2 years before the breaking out of the war, he had made his true home Virginia. He was a young man, as were most of the leaders, but he made up in daring what he lacked in experience, and in 1778 in the Ranger, he had not only captured or burned many British merchantmen, but had even taken the British sloop of war Drake, and the angry Englishmen were ready to hang him as a traitor from the yardarms. But they had to take him before they could hang him, and that they soon found was a problem very difficult to solve. The great work of John Paul Jones was done in the year 1779. Franklin, in France, fitted out a fleet of 5 vessels, and the command was given to this daring little sailor. His work was mapped out to be done off the coast of Great Britain, for it was hoped that by inflicting some damage there, the British vessels might be induced to return from America, where they were free to destroy or plunder the towns on the coast. Only one of the vessels was of any respectable size, and, as that was old and so rotten as almost to be unseaworthy, it did not promise to be of any great service. The ship was Duras, formerly engaged in the India merchant service, but the Frenchmen bought and fitted it up, changing the name to Bonhomme Richard, compliment to Benjamin Franklin, who was as popular in France as he was among his own countrymen. Although Captain Jones had a crew of 380 men, only about 100 of them were Americans, the others having been gathered from almost anywhere and everywhere. The other 4 vessels of his fleet were the Pallas, the Vengeance, the Cerf, and the Alliance, the last named being really an American-built ship and named in honor of the newly formed alliance between the United States and France. To make this recognition of the friendship between the two nations still stronger, the Alliance, which happened to be in France at the time, was placed in command of Captain Landais, who, as it proved, could not manage his own ship and would not listen to John Paul Jones, who he affected to believe was not very much of a sailor. Indeed, the captain of each vessel was almost as independent as the independent United States of America, and the wonder is not that Jones did not do more, but that he ever could have done as much as he did. Even the crews were independent of their officers, and altogether it was a strange fleet of which young Paul Jones had command when he set sail for the British coast in September 1779. For a time, the fleet kept the eastern coast of Scotland and England in alarm. Towns were threatened, some prizes were taken, and as some Spanish vessels at the same time were also threatening the same coast, the people were in a continued state of fear. At last, on September 23, 1779, Jones fell in with 2 British frigates, the Serapis of 40 guns and the Countess of Scarborough of 22 guns, off Flamborough Head. The frigates were the convoy of a fleet of 40 merchant vessels that stretched out in a long line from the head, and as soon as Jones saw the sails he signaled for a chase. The frightened merchantmen were instantly thrown into confusion, but the 2 British frigates approached ready for battle. Captain Landais of the Alliance immediately fled, but while the other vessels of his fleet engaged the Countess of Scarborough, Jones, with the Bonhomme Richard, advanced upon the Serapis. It was near evening, and the twilight had just disappeared when the action began, an action which proved to be one of the most desperate and bloody of all recorded sea fights. In many ways, the Serapis, in her equipment as well as in her crew, was the superior of Jones's vessel, but nothing apparently daunted the young captain. Each vessel suffered fearfully from the fire. At last, when the bowsprit of the Serapis ran between the poop and the mizzenmast of the Bonhomme Richard, in the endeavor of Captain Pearson to gain the advantage in position, Captain Jones instantly caused the 2 vessels to be lashed together, which made the contest almost a hand-to-hand one. With pikes, with pistols, with cutlasses, the sailors fought more like demons than human beings. The 2 12-pounders of the Bonhomme Richard had been silenced, and water was pouring into her from the holes made by the 18-pound balls of the Serapis. 3 9-pounders still kept at work, and the sailors stationed in the rigging were pouring a destructive and continuous fire upon the men on the deck of the Serapis. After fighting for 2.5 hours, some cartridges on the Serapis were ignited by a hand grenade thrown by one of the American sailors, and in the explosion that followed, many of the British crew were blown into atoms. Each vessel was on fire 3 different times during the fight, and the decks were covered with the dead or wounded or with fragments of human bodies. At this time the Alliance approached and delivered several broadsides, by which not only did the Serapis suffer, but 11 of the crew of the Bonhomme Richard were killed, and 1 officer mortally wounded. It was declared that Captain Landais had fired upon the American vessel deliberately, believing that she would be compelled to surrender, and then, the Serapis being damaged as she was, he thought he might easily retake both, and thus receive a double honor. He was afterwards charged with this crime, but as many believed him to be insane, his only punishment was dismissal from the service. The flag of the Serapis had been nailed to the mast, but the struggle was now hopeless. The American vessel was almost in as bad a plight as her enemy, and the 100 British prisoners on board were working at the pumps to prevent her from sinking. At last, with his own hands, John Paul Jones fired 2 of the cannon, and the mainmast of the Serapis was about to fall. The vessels were cut apart, and Captain Pearson with his own hands struck his colors and surrendered the frigate to Lieutenant Richard Dale, the sturdy helper of Jones, who was the first to board her. All night long, men from the other vessels of the fleet worked desperately to keep the Bonhomme Richard afloat and put out the fires, but at 10 o'clock on the following morning she sank. The fearful conflict, in which fewer survived than fell, was ended, and John Paul Jones had won one of the most glorious victories in all the history of naval warfare. As the English declared they would hang him if he should be taken, he had an unusual motive, born not only for the love of America, but also in his hatred for England, that had made him fight as he did. It is said that when Captain Pearson gave up his sword, he said to Jones, "I cannot, sir, but feel much mortification at the idea of surrendering my sword to a man who has fought me with a rope around his neck." To which Jones, after the sword was returned, replied, "You have fought me gallantly, sir, and I hope your king will give you a better ship." Afterward, when John Paul Jones heard that King George had knighted Captain Pearson for his desperate fight, the gallant commander of the Bonhomme Richard is said to have remarked, "He deserves it, and if I fall in with him again, I will make a lord of him." The value of the prizes taken by Jones in this September cruise had been stated at $200,000. The wounded had been placed on board the captured Serapis, but not many hours afterwards she too sank, and then Jones, with what was left of his fleet, arrived safely off the coast of Holland. The British demanded that he and his crews and vessels should be given up to them, but the Hollanders had no love for the English, and John Paul Jones was enabled to escape to France. In the fall of 1780 he sailed for America, and after 1 or 2 minor engagements, arrived at Philadelphia in February 1781, where he received a welcome that did him honor. But the Americans were not the only ones to do him honor, however, for already the rulers of France, Russia, Denmark, and Holland had bestowed marked honors upon him, given him pensions, and done many other things that might well have turned the head of the young hero. 8 years after the battle, the American Congress, they had previously voted him the thanks of the nation, ordered a gold medal to be presented to the Chevalier John Paul Jones. He was placed in command of the America, of 74 guns, but he had no opportunity to display his prowess, for the war being virtually ended, Congress made a present of the new vessel to France. Afterward, John Paul Jones entered the naval service of Russia, but it is sad to record that he died in the middle of life in Paris, in poverty and neglect. In June 1779, the British were engaged in erecting a fort at Penobscot, Maine. The force engaged in the work had come from Halifax, and General McLean was in command of the men. It was resolved in July of that year that an expedition should be sent from Boston to demolish this fort and prevent the enemy from gaining a foothold there. It was expected that 1,500 men would go, but the response to the call was not generous, and probably not more than 900 men started, and some of those only under very strong pressure. The land forces were under the command of Generals Lovell and Wadsworth, while Saltonstall was in command of the fleet, which was composed of 19 armed vessels and 24 transports. The leaders of the militia and the commander of the fleet did not agree very well, and there were many things, such as headwinds, etc., that had hindered the movement. However, as McLean was in no condition to withstand a vigorous attack, probably if Lovell had acted promptly, the place would have been taken. He had demanded the surrender of the fort upon his arrival, but of course his demand was refused. Then Lovell began to erect a battery 750 yards from the fort, but when at last he was ready to act, his cannonade was harmless from such a distance. Plans were then made to storm the place, and McLean, who had received word of the doings of his enemy, prepared to withstand the attack. But at the time when the assault was hardly begun, he was astonished to discover that the militia had left their works and had gone on board the fleet. The reason for this sudden change became apparent when it was learned that Sir George Collier had arrived with 6 large armed vessels. The American fleet at first made ready to fight, but courage failed, and in a brief time the vessels were scattered. Some had been blown up, others captured, and the remainder were set on fire by their own men as soon as the troops landed, to prevent them from falling into the hands of the British. The whole affair was most disheartening, but the Massachusetts General Court made an investigation in which the blame was placed upon the commander of the fleet, and both General Lovell and General Wadsworth were commended for the parts they had taken. The soldiers and sailors, after landing on the desolate shore, made their way in small bands through the wilderness, suffering fearful hardships, but after a march of 100 miles through the pathless forests, they arrived once more among their friends. In the last 3 years of the war, only 2 American frigates were in the service, and they were too small to be a serious menace to the powerful British Navy. The French fleets, with the exception of the aid given at Yorktown when Cornwallis was captured, had practically done nothing on the American coast. But though the Americans had no navy, they had skill and determination, and the account of the daring deeds of the privateers of the Revolution reads almost like a romance. Large vessels and small whaleboats, little sloops, and boats of various kinds all along the coast were constantly attacking the stronger vessels of the enemy, and many a time were successful. At least something of their boldness may be understood when, as was said at the beginning of the chapter, nearly 700 prizes were taken from the British, and though more of their own vessels were lost than they captured of the ships of the enemy, still the result, all things considered, was most remarkable for the American sailors. In the Second War with England, the War of 1812, Great Britain was astonished at the power of the despised American navy, and the victories won on the sea in that war in a measure atoned for the many defeats on land. But that, after all, was only the harvest of the seed sown in the earlier days. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37, Young Folks' History of the American Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colonel Gary Bohannon, GaryBohannon.com. Young Folks' History of the American Revolution by Everett Tomlinson. Peace. With the surrender of Cornwallis, the most serious part of the struggle was ended. The news of his fall made heavy hearts among the supporters of the king and his advisers in England, while the friends of the colonies were correspondingly elated. Feeling ran high, and the speeches in Parliament were among the most eloquent in England's history, for strong excitement among the people is as necessary as great emotion in a speaker to produce a truly eloquent speech. The opponents of the war kept steadily pressing their measures, and though defeated at first, still on every vote the number of the majority decreased until at last victory had been won. The ministry resigned, commissioners from each side of the ocean were appointed to agree on the terms of peace, and hostilities were to cease. In America the people waited, but not all with the patience to be desired at such a time. A struggle lasting for so many years had increased the bitterness of feeling between the Whigs and the Tories, until it is probable in all the war there was not more suffering among the scattered homes than at this time. Raids and counter-raids were common, and where there was no central power, and no one knew just what the laws were or were to be, the lawless elements naturally abounded. However, in 1783 the final treaty of peace was made. The United States of America were acknowledged to be a free and independent nation. Canada was to be the boundary on the north. Florida, which then extended to the Mississippi River, was to be the boundary on the south, while the Mississippi River itself was to form the western bound. What the war had cost in money and lives can never be exactly known. As the debt of Great Britain was increased to $610 million during that period, something of an estimate of the price she paid can be made. The estimate of money it had cost the United States was $135 million. Nor is it possible to know just the numbers of men engaged in the struggle. Probably not more than 40,000 redcoats were ever in the field at any one time, and the Continentals numbered about the same. This, of course, is exclusive of the militia and the scattered Whigs who fought many a fight to preserve their homes and to protect their families. Altogether, the number of Continentals provided by each state during the war is stated as follows. New Hampshire, 12,497. Massachusetts, 67,907. Rhode Island, 5,908. Connecticut, 31,939. New York, 17,781. New Jersey, 10,726. Pennsylvania, 25,678. Delaware, 2,386. Maryland, 13,912. Virginia, 26,678. North Carolina, 7,263. South Carolina, 6,417. And Georgia, 2,679. The feeling against the Tories, many of whom were doubtless as sincere in their devotion to Old England as were the Whigs to the new country, became so bitter and intense that most of the states passed laws confiscating their property. Thus deprived of their possessions and fearing to remain among a people whom they hated and who hated them, when the redcoats left the country, most of the Tories left too. To the British possessions in the West Indies went the Tories from the southern states, while those from the north for the most part went to Canada or to Nova Scotia. Their poverty, however, was not so great as was that of the Americans who had fought for so many years in the army. Business, if they had any before the war, was gone, and for a time the struggle for existence became intense. The leaders, or at least many of them, were in this respect no better off than their followers, but the country was new and the demands of life not many, and the resolute will with which the men of the new nation set to work in a brief time brought marvelous results to pass. It is interesting to remark that the first bloodshed had occurred in North Carolina, and the last conflict was in South Carolina. These engagements were among the minor incidents of the war, but they are worthy of note as marking the beginning and the end of the War of the American Revolution. Against the dark background of the long struggle stand forth the names of men whom all the world delights to honor. Washington, Greene, Adams, Hancock, Knox, Jefferson, Morris, and a host of others respond to the roll call of American heroes. But we must not forget that among the people there was a spirit as true and a courage and determination as high as that which moved the leaders. Sometimes we have been prone to exalt one at the expense of the other, but both are worthy of honor and remembrance. It was not merely the freedom of a people that had been won, but freedom of thought as well. This ideal of free men crossed back over the sea after the war and wrought revolutions in other lands. It penetrated even the darker regions, and today there is scarcely a civilized nation in all the world that does not owe much to those fathers of ours who rebelled not so much against Great Britain as against certain ideas of a small part of the English people. Indeed, the quarrel was much like that which sometimes occurs between brothers. They may differ much the one from the other, but when an outsider ventures to molest either, he is reasonably certain to feel the resentment of both. The ideals and aims, the customs and laws, the schools and religion of the two nations still show the common heritage of both, and though each nation is now independent of the other, still both, forgetting the intense bitterness of the famous conflict, though never forgetful of its heroes and heroism, stand upon a more nearly common ground than do any other two nations on earth. The troubles of General Washington were almost at an end, though those of President Washington were not yet begun. The poor American soldiers, paid with promises that were for the most part unfulfilled, with trade or business gone, many with wives and children dependent upon them, were almost desperate as the end of the time of their service grew near. Congress had not only used up all the money it had received, but had made so many promises that it seemed hardly possible they could ever be fulfilled. But it is pleasing to record the fact, even in the midst of prevailing gloom, that the soldiers who now made trouble, as a rule, were not those who had served through the long and weary years of the war, but were those who had been the last to be enrolled. The fear was prevalent that Congress would disband the army without attempting to pay the soldiers the sums that were due them. Nothing spreads more rapidly than fear or panic, and soon some of the men were ready for desperate measures to compel Congress to do them justice. The members of Congress, many of whom had already suffered the loss of all things for the sake of their country, had no disposition to rob the poor soldiers, we may be sure. But as it is said to be impossible to extract blood from a stone, so from an empty treasury it is impossible to obtain gold. On October 1780, Congress had passed an act granting the officers of the army half pay for life, but 9 of the states had failed to approve this measure, and as the end drew near, the poor officers, or rather some of them, their possessions as well as their time and labors having been given to the struggling country, sent a petition to Congress begging that the half pay for life might be changed to full pay for 5 years, together with all the money due them at the time. Fearful, as Congress delayed to act upon the request, that their reasonable demand was to be refused, a movement was started in the camp at Newburgh, which made it appear that if Congress did not do them justice by its own free will, the soldiers would compel recognition of their rights by some acts of their own that would be unmistakable. Again, the greatness of Washington shines forth, for being at the time in the camp, he assembled the desperate men and talked to them so calmly, and with such sympathy and evident appreciation of their sufferings and feelings, that the men yielded to his desires. Then Washington wrote Congress a letter in which he urged the justice of the pleas of the army, and it was voted to grant the requests of the soldiers. Again trouble arose in Philadelphia. Congress, in October 1783, declared that the soldiers in the army were to be discharged on the 3rd of December. Once more fear seized upon the men at Lancaster that they were not to be treated justly, and about 80 of them proceeded to Philadelphia, and there, with others, marched to the State House, where Congress was in session, and placing guards armed with bayonets at the doors to prevent the escape of the members, sent in a message that if their demands for pay were not granted within 20 minutes, they would compel action by force of arms. Surely the lot of a congressman in those early days was not a happy one. For 3 hours the members of Congress were held as prisoners, but then being let go, they fled to Princeton. As soon as Washington learned of the trouble, he sent a strong force of soldiers to Philadelphia, but the storm had subsided before they arrived. On the 25th of November, the British evacuated New York, having previously abandoned all the other places that they held, except the forts north of the Ohio River, which they steadily refused to give up until 12 years more had passed. As soon as the British had departed, the American army entered and took possession of the city of New York. Crowds of assembled people cheered, the roar of cannon added its volume to the sound, and the delight of the multitude apparently knew no bounds. A dinner was given by the officers of Governor Clinton at Fraunce's Tavern, and in the evening the city was ablaze with bonfires and rockets. On Thursday, December 4th, 1783, the prominent officers were again assembled at the tavern of Samuel Fraunce, this time to take leave of their great commander, who had led the army to its final victory. When Washington entered the room, it was evident to all that he was strongly affected. All the hardships, struggles, bitterness, disappointments, and victories and defeats were things of the past, and yet were to be a living, lasting part of the life of every soldier in the room. At last Washington said, "With a heart full of love and gratitude, I now take leave of you." I most devoutly wish that your latter days may be as prosperous and happy as your former ones have been glorious and honorable. I cannot come to each of you to take my leave, but shall be obliged to you if each will come and take me by the hand." General Knox, who was standing nearest him, instantly turned and grasped the outstretched hand of his commander. Both were in tears, as was almost everyone in the room. In the midst of it all, Washington turned and kissed his faithful friend. Indeed, it is said that every officer was thus accosted in that parting scene. The farewell having been spoken, Washington left the room, and solemnly silent, walked down to Whitehall, a vast concourse of people following him all the way, and there entering a boat, was ferried across to the Jersey shore, and departed on his way to Annapolis, where Congress was in session, in order that he might resign the commission of commander of the American army into the hands that had given it to him so many years before. He remained for a few days in Philadelphia, and it was the 20th day of December, 1783, when he informed Congress at Annapolis of his purpose. It was voted to make the occasion a public one, and the eager people assembled in great crowds. The house was filled, and in the gallery were Mrs. Washington and many other ladies. When Washington entered, he was led to a seat, and then Thomas Mifflin, the president of the body, arose and said to him that the United States in Congress assembled were prepared to receive his communications. George Washington then arose, and though his deep feeling was evident to all, in a dignified manner he spoke as follows: "Mr. President, the great events on which my resignation depended, having at length taken place, I now have the honor of offering my sincere congratulations to Congress, and of presenting myself before them, to surrender into their hands the trust committed to me, and to claim the indulgence of retiring from the service of my country. Happy in the confirmation of our independence and sovereignty, and pleased with the opportunity afforded to the United States of becoming a respectable nation, I resign with satisfaction the appointment I accepted with diffidence, a diffidence in my abilities to accomplish so arduous a task, which, however, was superseded by a confidence in the rectitude of our cause, the support of the supreme power of the Union, and the patronage of Heaven. The successful termination of the war has verified the most sanguine expectations, and my gratitude for the interposition of Providence and the assistance I have received from my countrymen increases with every review of the momentous contest. While I repeat my obligations to the army in general, I should do injustice to my own feelings not to acknowledge in this place the peculiar services and distinguished merits of the gentlemen who have been attached to my person during the war. It was impossible the choice of confidential officers to compose my family should have been made more fortunate. Permit me, sir, to recommend in particular those who have been continued in the service to the present moment, as worthy of the favorable notice and patronage of Congress. I consider it as an indispensable duty to close this last act of my official life by commending the interest of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God, and those who have superintendence of them to his holy keeping. Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theater of action, and bidding an affectionate farewell to this august body, under whose orders I have so long acted, I here offer my commission, and take my leave of all employments of public life." Washington then handed his commission to President Mifflin, who made a suitable reply, and the simple ceremony was completed. The ovation which Washington had received from the time he had left New York now followed him and his wife as they journeyed toward their home at Mount Vernon. Salutes, militia, music, and the cheers of the people greeted them on every side. But at last, after an absence of 8 years, during which we have, in these pages, followed him and his devoted fellow patriots, he was once more in his own home. But now he had a country as well as a home, and the price which had been paid for it, paid in blood and tears and suffering, will never be in vain so long as true men and brave-hearted women cherish the memories and follow after the ideals of those who changed the American colonies into the United States of America. End of chapter 37. End of Young Folks' History of the American Revolution.